Masemola 2, page 406.
SFM 11.
Yes. Page 406. We were dealing with the conclusion.
406.
You recall that's the report
Oh, yes.
dated 20 Jan 2025, which you submitted to the minister on 22 Jan.
Correct.
2025, yes. You had read the first paragraph first unnumbered paragraph under paragraph 311. Then if I can ask you to proceed from the next unnumbered paragraph, the directive by the minister.
The directive by the Minister of Police to disband the National Task Team has been noted. The initial objective and directive by the President has been achieved with noticeable decrease in political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. As a result, the task team's intervention and relentless pursuit of its mandate. South African Police Service remains responsible for finalization of those dockets in possession of the task team, as well as finalization of dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court processes. Stakeholder engagement to be conducted with other external role players in the task team, especially the NPA, who have dedicated capacity of prosecutors working with the team. The 128 case dockets, which are under investigation and allocated to the task team, will be retained by the task team and investigations will be finalized. An audit will be done of those dockets still under investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to station of origin or allocated to other investigating units within SAPS. No new dockets will be taken by or allocated to the task team. The 115 case dockets, which are currently pending at courts, be retained by the task team until their finalization in order to avoid challenges during court processes which may result in charges being withdrawn against some of the accused, leading to unnecessary civil claims. These possible challenges might include unsuccessful prosecution as a result of new investigating officers not familiar with.
In respect of no new dockets, we will deal with that issue at a subsequent meeting that you had with the minister. I just want to ask you about the part that you've just read. It is anticipated that the team will complete the work before end of the year 2025. Then what follows thereafter, however, the seriousness of 2025. Then what follows thereafter, however, the seriousness of the cases and the processes at court will indicate the course of action. What did you intend to communicate to the minister by that?
What I was indicating there is that...
So National Commissioner, having regard to the fact that the minister's instruction was to disband immediately.
Yes, what I was indicating there is that despite him saying progress will be reported, dated 22nd of January 2025, signed off by myself, and make comments for the Minister of Police.
If I can then ask you to turn back to your statement.
Oh, please before that, Mr. Mutau, talk has always been about 121 dockets, General. Can you please explain the difference between the 128 128 dockets that you referred to at page 407 of this annexure, small Roman 2, and you also refer to that same number, that is 128, at paragraph 131(2) of your statement at page 40. Just that 7 docket difference. It was 121 by the time the dockets were taken to head office. But at the stage you made this report, it was 128. Had the 7 been finalized, or what had since happened to them?
Yeah, what happens, Commissioner, is that they get finalized at court and they reduce in number as time goes on.
My
And
question, General, is do they include the Fort Hare dockets and the traditional leaders' killings dockets? Or were these only political killings specific in your 128?
Yeah,
Have you
it
included
does
the Fort Hare?
include all the dockets. It includes all of them.
Mr. Mdawa, before you move on, you're referring now to the statement. I think you're going back to the statement. So I take it you have finished with this report. All right. Maybe then let's look at page, General, if you would look at page of that report. So, pardon me, somehow my desk is not working out this morning. At page 392, you have 3.6, the heading cases highlighted by critics of the task team. And you start off there, which is why I want to explore this further with you. The opening paragraph there is, the following cases have been referred to in letters written to the minister in which accusations have been leveled against the task team. Now, and then you've got 3.61, a case number involving local municipal councillor P. Ndlovu. You have 3.62, relates to ANC candidate councillor Mkhize and his friend Nhlanhla. And then you have 3.6.3, which I don't see. And then you've got 3.64 relating to the murder of Sindiso Magaka. And then you've got 3.66 or 65, it's a Margate case. And then you've got 366. Now, on reading these paragraphs here, it's not clear what is the criticism in respect of any one of these cases. It doesn't set out. It just gives you a summary what the case is about. And insofar as this may be among the factors, and we'll still hear from the minister, insofar as this may be factors that the minister took into account in his decision, then I think it is important that we get an explanation or greater detail of what these cases are about. But if it is matters that you say General Khumalo will speak to, I'm happy to leave it at that. But as it stands now, it's not clear, at least to me, what is the criticism about these cases.
Thanks, Commissioner. Well, Khumalo will dwell more into it, but I'm aware that what it means is that there were letters written either to myself, National Commissioner. For example, the first case, AfriForum did write a letter complaining about the investigation of the specific case on 361, Mbuyiseli case, the murder of a DA, Umgeni local municipality councillor, Mr. Ndlovu. So they were complaining that they don't get feedback. So each case have got its explanation. So it has been raised not only by one person, this case was raised by AfriForum. The other ones, they have got parties that raised them, where in this case, they were saying they were not getting briefing from the political killings task team, and they think the team don't know what they are doing, they are on the wrong course, they need to be briefed. So in that regard, we couldn't really go out and brief AfriForum on everything because we knew what we were doing, and we were aware that AfriForum has been contracted by Mbuyiseli municipality to also do private investigation on the matter. So we couldn't every time we collect information and then go and give them. We have a direct link with the widow of the Councillor Ndlovu. If ever we have to go and give her feedback, we will be able to do so. And if we have to give the municipality also, we had that leeway. So we knew what we were having in our cards, and we can only give them that which we want to give. We can't give everything to AfriForum and they go and give. They might even give to some of our suspects. So that was the issue. Then they wrote this letter complaining to myself and the minister that they are not getting feedback, and this unit, PKTT, is useless, is not competent, and so on. So we couldn't really get to their level to argue those points because we knew what we were doing. And eventually, we did make arrests in this case. We arrested a number of people, I think including an Nkosi, in that regard. So there are people that are before court currently on that same matter. There was an Induna arrested, there was later an Nkosi arrested for that matter. So, but yes, there were such complaints.
Is a difference, though, General, between complaints and accusations, and the heading here is accusations. So if what you're saying is all of them that you've listed here, all 6 or 7 of them, were of similar complaints, that the people were not getting report backs, they were not getting updates, then that's fine, it's clarified, if that's the case in all of them. But you've got one, for example, in 3.6.3, it's about Sergeant Dlamini and 4 others. Is it a similar kind of complaint where you say accusation? In fact, you should have said complaint. Dlamini, you'll find it 393. I know Mr. Mutawi had said you'd speak more to it. I don't know if you're still getting there, but I want to be sure that we understand when you say accusations, it suggests that there may be allegations of wrongdoing. At least that's what the heading suggested to me in the first paragraph. And when I read the body of it, there was no allegations of wrongdoing by the task team, and I think it's important that you clarify that.
Yeah, it differs from case to case, Commissioner. In that regard, in Sergeant Dlamini, for example, there was a complaint that he has been arrested for nothing. He was part of the task team, and he did wrong things, and he was caught up by his own colleagues and arrested. He has been convicted as we speak now, and he's awaiting sentencing. But I think at the end of his trial, then he raised the matter that the magistrate must recuse himself at the end of the trial after conviction. So that is being dealt by the courts currently. So the complaint there was that he was denied bail and is inside and with others. He wasn't alone, and they are still awaiting trial, the others, and so the complaint was he's just denied bail for no reason. And so nobody can be denied bail and be inside for no reason. So eventually, as we speak, he has been convicted. He's awaiting sentencing. So those were the complaints coming from various people on him.
Thank you, General. Mr. Mtawi, you've heard my concern.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. General, you indicated that General Khumalo is going to deal deeper with these issues, and you've provided your explanation in terms of the questions that were posed. And if I can just ask you to go back then to your statement, because you dealt with this issue in part from paragraph 119 to 121. If I can just ask you to deal with that so that we can close that issue and move on to another aspect.
1192
121.
or to 121?
You dealt with it yesterday regarding the minister contacting you. Oh, sorry, you contacting the minister to request audience.
Okay, yes, during that week, although I do not recall the exact date, I contacted the minister via mobile to request an audience. I informed him of the importance of providing initial briefing regarding the establishment and activities of the PKTT. The minister indicated his willingness to schedule time for this discussion. Paragraph 120, at the same time, there were adverse media reports pertaining to crime intelligence. The minister subsequently called me to express his intention to appoint a senior counsel to investigate various issues highlighted by the media, including the appointment of Brigadier Nhlanhla, Brigadier Mbuyiseli, the security clearance of Lieutenant General Khumalo, and the murder of Sindiso Makaka. I assured him that detailed information on these topics was readily available to him, and reiterated my previous request to brief him comprehensively on matters of division, crime intelligence, and the PKTT. The minister agreed to attend a briefing on the afternoon of the 16th. So in short, what I'm explaining there is that these matters were that time in the media, and I asked him that, because he says he was concerned, he wanted to appoint a senior counsel to investigate these matters. What I said to him was, well, the information is yours and is available to you. If you choose to go and appoint a counsel to buy it, it's up to you, but it's readily available to you and you can get it for free. And he asked, does that include Sindiso Makaka's matter? I said, yes, indeed. It's one of those matters that we said we want to brief you on, because what you see in the media, you know more about what happened to Sindiso Makaka. It is exactly because of the PKTT that investigated the matter. The matter happened long before Nhlanhla Khumalo joined crime intelligence. And when he joined, he unearthed this. He investigated, he arrested people on this. Currently, we know there are various witnesses that have been protected for this specific case. So it's a case that is unearthed by us. So you can't say, for example, you always hear out there that the firearm and the vehicle that killed Sindiso Makaka was come from crime intelligence. Yes, indeed so, but the reason why you know that is because of the PKTT that investigated the matter. Most people think that this happened now during when General Nhlanhla Khumalo was in CI. It's false. No, it's not like that. Happened before him. Upon him assuming the duties as divisional commissioner, while he was at the PKTT, he investigated this matter and they unearthed it and they made arrest Hence, there are some people, there is a hitman that has been convicted. The case is not yet finalized, it's still continuing. So I told him that that's how these matters came to light. So make time, let's brief you but it's for him. If he wants to get a counsel to investigate, it's up to him. On paragraph 121.
Sorry, before you get there, at the time when the minister called you, as you say in paragraph 120, in relation to the sequence of events, was this before the minister took a decision that the task team be disbanded immediately, or is this after the decision had already been taken?
Well, that time, the decision was already taken. The letter or the directive was already issued 31st of January 2024. So these discussions were somewhere around 14, 15.
You mean December, General?
Oh, yeah, December 2024, yes. And these discussions were somewhere in 14, 15 January 2025.
So the minister will tell the commission if these facts that arose after the decision, after his letter, were relevant considerations that he took into account when he gave that directive. But let's leave that for the minister to explain.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If you go to 121 then, are you about to deal with that?
On that day, Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo and I briefed the minister with a thorough update on the aforementioned matters, as well as ongoing counterintelligence investigations, and reminded the minister that a briefing on the PKTT should still be held. The briefing included an identified syndicate with significant influence and all connections, particularly and all within law enforcement and the criminal justice system. The report included identifying senior SAPS officers who were associated with criminal syndicates and or advancing or protecting interests of the Big Five within the law enforcement and criminal justice system.
Perhaps if we could stop there, because that should be sufficient for purposes of the issues that had been raised. And what follows here, we know you dealt with it also yesterday, but it introduces or deals with an issue that you thoroughly covered yesterday. So the purpose of referring you to those paragraphs, it was to deal with the interactions between yourself and the minister with reference to the complaints that had been raised, which you refer to in that report. So if I can ask you then to turn to paragraph 129, where you start.
Maybe before that, Commissioner.
Yes.
Yeah, just to say, during that briefing, the PKTT was never, the briefing wasn't done. It was just agreed. The minister said, as you know, the report is due on the 20th, so we'll discuss it later in the future. So it wasn't discussed in that meeting of the 16th. Thank you, Commissioner.
So that's why you're saying to the minister there in 121, I thought that's the point you had made. You reminded the minister that a briefing on the PKTT should still be held.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And you're saying it's because it didn't occur in that meeting of 16 January.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes, if I can then ask you to turn to paragraph 129. This is after you've referred to this report, SFM 11, and you set out your comments in relation thereto. So if I can ask you to start at 129.
The report set out in detail the success of the PKTT, its strength as well as the criticism level against it, which are unfounded. The report also highlights the PKTT successes such as successful arrests and/or convictions of masterminds behind political matters. Importantly, the report highlights that the PKTT had undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established, and that no other task team in South Africa had achieved the successes, nor has it been able to investigate and ensure successful prosecution of perpetrators of politically motivated matters, especially the masterminds.
Yes, you dealt with the significance of that strategy yesterday, and perhaps if
The difference is normally if you investigate a ordinary matter, you always have two people involved, one having killed the other. And normally it might end up there. Either they've been fighting or be it a road rage or whatever. So the investigation revolves just around two people. But with political killings, there is a lot of stakeholders that are involved. There is someone that wants to eliminate the other, and he will go further far to find a hitman, and he will procure or find a firearm, and there will be sometimes people that will spot or track the victim, and eventually the hitman will do his work, and there will be payment. And sometimes the payment is not direct, it's via some other people back to the hitman. So that's how complex these cases are. And so it takes a team, not an individual, to investigate this type of cases. So it needs a lot of analysis that has to be done on various, be it cold data, be it ballistic. So it needs a teamwork to focus just on one case. It can take quite long. Hence, you might look at the figures of the numbers of convictions, maybe not being too much, but we are not just dealing here with a murder where two people fight, the other one kill the other. It requires a lot of dedication. It involves a lot of role players that are involved in the chain to this type of killings.
So when you are talking about a comparison, is it possible when one measures the aspect of success to compare these type of cases that PKTT is dealing with the ordinary matters that are investigated through the traditional methods of investigation?
It won't be, or let me say it is not comparable because, as I said, normally an ordinary murder, one kill the other, you arrest. So the number of arrests, the number of firearms convicted, and the number of be it ad hoc cases is quite influential in this case of PKTT cases, in that on other investigations of ordinary matters, you don't deal with complexity normally. There will be very few areas to touch. So you cannot really compare the number of convictions by the PKTT to say if you have 4 in PKTT and you have 5 in other areas. You can't really compare because the magnitude of work is not the same, and the team is dealing with specific cases, whereas other investigation units are focused on the other cases. Yes, they might be murder, but they are not as sophisticated as this one. So it's not easy to compare the two.
One of the aspects that you touched on yesterday was that the PKTT gets deployed in instances where cases could not be resolved, or cases, to use your words of yesterday, where cases are not moving. If I can just ask you to explain that concept that you touched on yesterday.
Yeah, when I was saying where cases are not moving, I mean that the cases would have been allocated to general detective or a specialized unit. And we do not see any arrest or prosecution over time. Then when you bring the PKTT, then normally there would be a breakthrough. A good example is cases at Fort Hare University, where I did say that the Hawks were investigating, I'm sure for a year or so, dealing with corruption and fraud. And then there were killings that happened there, which were done by general detectives from the province, but there were no arrests in those cases. But after we gave these cases to the PKTT, they were able to unravel what was happening there. And as normal as when we work with an institution like university, the entry point sometime will be the management of the university as well as the head of security of the institution. In that regard, there was a Mr. Plakis, who was security head or manager of that institution. So the team worked with him with a view to investigate this case, and they were close to him and they cooperated well. But over time, the very same team, they were staying with him, eating with him, doing everything. The very same team later, they found that actually he is the mastermind of these cases. And the team didn't hesitate to say, maybe we shared lunch with him yesterday. They arrested him, and they were able to unravel those cases and arrested quite a number of cases at the Fort Hare University. So when we say they can deal with cases that don't move, that's what we refer. Same in KZN. There were cases before investigated by the previous team to PKTT where there wasn't much of success. And when they took over those cases...
So you're talking about the disbanded?
Yes,
task team.
The dissolved or disbanded
Yes.
task team. After the PKTT took over those cases, there has been a lot of arrests, recovery of firearms, and a number of convictions. Same you can look in Gauteng, when the team, the 10 members of the PKTT came to Gauteng to assist in the matter of Amaswart. They investigated that matter, and also coming to the issue of Nhlanhla, you'll recall that I said that a certain person came to me complaining about the relationship between Lieutenant General Sibia and Nhlanhla, which I then gave that specific investigation to General Dumisani Kumalo on the kidnapping of Ejeribu Shura. It was that case that ended up unraveling what actually Nhlanhla was doing. It was that case that led to the search of his property on the 6th of December 2024. when there was also at the same time an operation to arrest KT Molefe. So all these cases that unraveled out of this, out of Ket Matlala, it emanated from, that is a very, from where, from the time I gave this work to Msani Khumalo to say, go and investigate, which I took it away from, I said, General Sibia can't oversee it, so do investigate it. So it was that case that unraveled all others that involve him and end up culminating in the arrest of Ket Matlala for the attempted murder of his former girlfriend. You'd recall that if you go back somewhere, if we go back, the murder of Babita Diokoran.
Mr. Mutau,
Yes.
do we need this much detail? Your question was a simple one. What exactly are the methods? I don't think the General needs to go into this much detail if he's merely addressing the question of the methods that the PKTT was applying and which were not the same as what your conventional detectives would apply.
Yes.
Shouldn't we move on?
But,
Also, I'm raising this because it's repetitive.
Thank you. Thank you, General. I think you've indicated the methods, how they work, and how different are they from the conventional methods. And General Khumalo will talk to one of the concepts that is loosely called the ownership of a docket in the conventional method or conventional investigation method versus how the concept of a docket and the absence of ownership in the PKTT model. Perhaps if you could just briefly deal with that. In terms of ameliorating the risk of bribery, extortion, etc.
Thanks, Commissioner. In that regard, I think I can go as far as to say what the team does is, in the traditional way of investigation, a docket is allocated to an investigator. And but how the team works is the docket is for the team. It's not for an individual investigator. So there is no room for corruption whatsoever because everyone in the team, within the PKT, there are teams. So everyone in the team will know exactly where we are and where we are going. So there is no way you can do something untoward which the team don't want. That's how Sergeant Dlamini was caught in that way. So it's easy if you go off track on the way they work, they will be able to pick it up very quickly. Thank you.
Yes. I think let's just leave it at that. General Khumalo, like I said, will deal with those details in his testimony. Then if I can ask you to proceed from paragraph 130 of your statement.
Insofar as the report had to include a write-up of the justification of the disbandment of the PKTT, it goes without saying that I could not justify the disbandment, and neither could Khumalo. My position has always been that PKTT had to remain. Therefore, in the report to the minister, we simply state that the directive of the minister to disband has been noted and that the initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved with noticeable decrease of political-related killings in KZN as a result of the PKTT's intervention and relentless pursuit of its mandate. this is the best we could do in the circumstances, since this was an instruction and not a discussion.
Yes, and then the paragraph that follows and its subparagraphs, you've dealt with, because you read it directly from the report itself. You'll see up until 131.8. And you also dealt, when you were reading from the report SFM 11, you also dealt with that recommendation, which is set out in paragraph 132, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Right. If we can then move on to paragraph 133. If you can start from paragraph 133.
I had heard nothing further from the Minister about the disbandment until the 4th of March 2025, when my office received an email from the Minister's Chief of Staff, Mr. Ngabinde, inviting me to attend a ministerial meeting on the PKT disbandment implementation plan, which was scheduled for 6th of March 2025, 11:30 to 13:15 in Cape Town, in the office of the Provincial Commissioner's boardroom.
Yes. Then over the page.
Prior to this meeting, on the 5th of March, I appeared before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Police for a briefing by SAPS, amongst others focusing on challenges relating to crime intelligence, an investigation against Major General Khan, the status of the PKTT, and details on an interview by the Provincial Commissioner of KZN during 2025 Police Day. The appearance was by way of virtual meeting platform. In attendance were, among others, myself, the Minister, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo. During this session, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi made an allegation that the Minister knew a gentleman by the name of Brown Mokhodzi. This is but one of the allegations that was made by General Mkhwanazi at that meeting. Minister Mkhunu denied knowing a gentleman by the name of Brown Mokhodzi. After the meeting, in a meeting where I was present together with Deputy Ministers Matale and Dr. Bushielo, and the minister repeated his denial regarding Brown Mokhodzi to me and the two deputy ministers.
All right. Can I just ask you to, in relation to that meeting, tell the Commission whether after those revelations were made by General Mkhwanazi to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, was there any process that was set up by the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee to deal with those allegations, coupled with the Minister's denial, at least of this one allegation? You say there were more allegations or more revelations that were made. But the point is, did the Portfolio Committee act on these allegations? Did they set up a process, or what indication did they say or give by way of their intervention in addressing those, if any?
No, Commissioner. There wasn't any process that I know of, unless they did something alone as a committee. But what I'm aware of, there was nothing that was done by the committee.
Yes, I'm asking, as at the conclusion of that meeting, was there an indication perhaps to say the committee is going to set up a process to look into the allegations?
No.
On that day?
No, on that day, no. The meeting just ended. There was no such a way forward in terms of what the committee is going to do on those matters.
Mr. Madlanga?
Yes.
Can we just take it one step back?
Yes.
General, how did it come about that you specifically appeared before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee? We've heard from General Mkhwanazi how it came about that he appeared there. So I want to know about you specifically. Were you invited by the committee to appear, or did you request the committee that time be given for you to make a presentation? I just want clarity on that. How did it come about that on the day, 5 March 2025, you appeared before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Police?
And there was an invite, Commissioner, for myself, the Minister, and to attend the meeting with those topics that I read earlier. Those topics were on the invite, but there were quite a number of others. But we were invited to that meeting, all of us, myself, Minister, and General Mkhwanazi.
And were you asked to address specifically the issue of the disbandment of the task team?
Yes, we were asked specifically. If I may go back to, let me see. Yeah, on the invite, the committee, as on page paragraph 134 of my statement, the committee want a briefing, among others, on the status of the PKTT and the work that they were doing. So we had to brief them on what PKTT is, where it comes from, what is it doing, and also the fact that for us, we are of the view that the team is doing a good work. So yes, they called us. Among the topics was to brief them on the PKTT status.
And did you address them on the minister's letter dated 31 December 2024?
Yes, the letter was one of the matters that we addressed in that meeting, and they engaged us, and they seem to have been happy with the status that was prevailing that time. There wasn't one of them, as far as I remember, that suggested that the team should continue or is doing a good work. No, we advised them, they were happy, and
Thank you, Mr. Madlanga.
Thank you. Commissioner Khumalo. So, in respect of that status, when you say they were happy with the status that was prevailing at the time, what was the status at the time?
Well, some of them I wouldn't specifically know unless one goes to the recording of that day. I do remember that maybe one member or so that said, no, they agree with the minister that the team must disband. So that I can remember, despite us showing them the work that the team was doing.
And was there any other view to the contrary that was expressed in respect of disbandment?
I don't remember. I don't remember any.
Yeah. All right. Let's go then to paragraph 135, where you deal with the meeting of 6 March, which you said earlier you will address.
Okay. On the 6th of March 2025, I attended a meeting in Cape Town. In attendance in the meeting was the Minister of Police, Senzo Mkhunu, the Deputy National Commissioners, both policing and crime detection, Lieutenant General Msikiri and Lieutenant General Sibia, Lieutenant General Timisani Khumalo, the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Minister, Mr. Nkabinde, Lieutenant General Sintumule, and there was a Lieutenant Colonel together with us. In preparation for this meeting, Lieutenant General Khumalo prepared an updated presentation on the PKTT. The presentation is annexed as SFM 12. After the meeting, Lieutenant General Timisani Khumalo presented, or during the briefing, presented the briefing note to the Minister and the Deputy Commissioner Policing. After Lieutenant General Khumalo presented the briefing note to the Minister, the Deputy Commissioner Policing and I, in other words, he was presenting. So after the presentation, myself and the Deputy of Policing were in favor that the plan by the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection and the Chief of Staff. Actually, let me put it this way. I think it's something went out here. During the briefing, myself and the Deputy Commissioner for Policing were in favor that, well, if you end up now, if you agree to the winding down, the dockets of the task team can go to the Provincial Commissioner KZN. At the province, there is a unit called Murder and Robbery Unit, which is not fully staffed. So we can then send the dockets there, send members of the PKTT that are from KwaZulu-Natal to form part of that unit at the province for Murder and Robbery Unit. So that's where I'm saying then the Deputy Commissioner for Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia, and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Ngavinde, were against that plan, and they were also against this winding down. They wanted immediate disbandment of the team, and also the fact that they wanted that the dockets mustn't go to province, because they say if the dockets go to the province, it's like we are masquerading the PKTT under murder and robbery, which I also asked the question, but so why? What's the problem? What is this eagerness to disband so fast, and you don't even want to see the members together? And they emphasize that no, dockets must go to the police stations of origin.
Yesterday, you dealt with part of the contents of Annexure SFM 12. Just to remind the commissioners, you dealt with 411 to 413. Remember when you asked the question of the 333 dockets, to say where does that come from eventually? And you took the commission through the 333 and how you eventually get to 612.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Then in 136, you deal with the minister's conduct. If I can ask you to proceed from there.
Yeah, the minister's conduct in this meeting and in the general regarding the disbandment was very concerning to me. At this meeting of the 6th of December, the 6th of March, 2025 in Cape Town, when the meeting started, I asked the minister, can you provide this forum, or these officers that are here, what is the reason for disbanding this political killings task team? Because we see we are planning disbandment, we must table a plan. You want immediate disbandment. I suggest the winding down. There's no agreement. But what are the reasons for this disbandment?
General, does that question suggest that it was not clear to you from the letter of 31 December 2024 what the reason was?
Yeah, the reasons on the letter of the 31st of December 2024 was not convincing to me. That you have done assessment. You have done assessment where? With who? That was my problem. So it was not clear, and I couldn't take that as a reason. Hence, I asked him, tell this, before this meeting starts, as we open, tell these officers what are the reasons for the disbandment. And the minister later, not immediately, later in that meeting, he responded that political killings took place somewhere pre-1994 and not after.
Can I ask you, just on that statement, the minister's response is focusing on political killings, to say those were, on what you say was the minister's response, an issue that occurred or took place pre-1994 and not after. And I just want to ask you two questions from there. The one is it correct that post-1994 there were no political killings? And secondly, does that response take into account the extension of the scope or the mandate of the political task team to include matters in Fort Hare and the traditional leaders?
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly.
Okay, let me take it one question at a time.
Yes, I wasn't sure I follow the question.
All right, let's see it. Let me take it one question at a time. Part of what is or what has been dealt with is mention of the fact that the political killings would rise around election time. In other words, they would spike up. You recall that part of your evidence. Now, if these political killings by the minister are said to have taken place pre-1994 and not after, is that statement accurate?
No, that statement is not accurate. The political killings have been taking place, yes, pre-94, even after 94. I worked in KwaZulu-Natal from the year 2000 up to 2010. And during that period, I had a small team that was dealing with the very same political killings. So to keep them under control, you must always have a team working with this type of cases. So it's not true that they happened before. Like he was saying, they happened before 1994. What is happening now is just murders. No, it wasn't just murders. It was murders of politicians, reason being related to politics. Is either within a party about issues of succession or from party to another party. That's what we call political killings. So they were happening after 94, even now they're still happening.
And the second aspect of my question was to deal with the fact that the minister's reason that was provided in that meeting relates only to political killings. Does that statement take into account the fact that the PKTT's mandate had been extended to include the investigation of murders at the Fort Hare University and to include the killing of traditional leaders?
Obviously, I don't know whether during his assessment, also he did went as far as those extensions. But I will take it that he must have done that. And which means actually when you disband the team, all cases of Fort Air are going to collapse. But I wouldn't know, but whether he had went as far as that or taken that into account, that the PKTD was not only doing political killings in KZN, its mandate was extended to Eastern Cape Fort Air University and subsequently also in KwaZulu-Natal to investigate traditional leaders' killings. So I wouldn't know whether you have done that.
All right, proceed. You say during the meeting? The fourth line? Fourth line of paragraph 136?
Fourth line.
During the meeting?
Yeah, during the meeting, the presentation of Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo was partially accepted.
Can I just ask you to explain that? What does that mean?
By partially accepted, I mean that, remember at this meeting we are going to present a plan which would have been signed off by the minister. So because there were matters in the presentation that were not agreed to by the minister and other parties. For example, one of them was that dockets must go to murder and robbery of the province, and there was those that were against to say they must go, especially General Sibia and Gabinde, that they must go back to station of origin. So that has to be amended. And also, during this meeting, it was asked then, how far is this team then gonna go on with its lifespan? I said, well, as long as the work is there, it will go on. Then it was a no-no, even by the minister, that no. The team's lifespan cannot go beyond 2025. It must end in 2025. So those were some of the critical amendments that made the plan not to be accepted, but partially accepted. The wind down was partially accepted, but that go and change those things to make sure that the team go as far as this current, its lifespan goes to as far as this current 2025.
So the partial acceptance is at least that there was no immediate disbandment, but the winding down had to be completed in the year 2025.
That was correct. And yeah. Nevertheless,
yes,
the meeting concluded that
General, before you go to nevertheless, in your experience and your operating procedures and command structures, is it the role of the Chief of Staff in policing matters and policing decisions? What is it? Is it regulated? Do they participate in decisions about policing matters?
well, as far as I know, I don't think it's regulated anywhere. You'll find those that don't participate. You'll find that those that participate very less. You'll find those that participate full-time, as if they are extension of the minister.
Is your answer that, well, maybe let me ask the question rather. Was it usual for Mr. Nkabinde, the Chief of Staff, to be participating in this kind of decision and taking a position, as you say he did, that the dockets should go to the stations? Was it usual for that to happen?
Not usually. In other meetings, he might participate very little. But yeah, this one he was participating fully.
there was no irregularity. It's not irregular that he participated in the way that you say he did in this meeting on a policing decision.
Yeah, no, normally, now and then, they will make remarks in meetings, the chiefs of staff, they will. But here he participated quite more.
Thank you, Commissioner Madlanga. Maybe let's just use an example. On page 407, remember part of what you were concerned about and you told the Commission was you wanted to avoid unnecessary civil claims. You don't necessarily have to go there. And if a decision had to be taken based on the input or the view that was expressed by the Chief of Staff and such view prevailed, could a Chief of Staff be held liable by members of the public? In other words, do they have any means of accountability in the institution of the South African Police Service?
No, he won't be.
Right, I think maybe we can leave it at that. We'll deal with that later.
Mr. Mutau, before you leave the two meetings, the meeting of the 5th and the 6th of March 2025,
yes,
I just want to find out from the General, did the Minister present any document to counter what was contained in the documents that you presented, showing the successes or lack thereof of the task team? Did the Minister present any document that countered what you were saying about the task team and its successes?
No, no, Commissioner, he never produced or presented anything that will counter. And even what informed him to come to the decision, he wouldn't give that.
Because as I understand, you had asked a specific question, what is the real reason for your wish to disband the task team? And you say the only answer that you had was that the political killings ended before 1994, so there was no need for the task team.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said, that after 94 it's just murders that are happening. There was no document that he produced or not any presentation whatsoever.
And the Chief of Staff?
No, they also presented, there was nothing. They just spoke verbally.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. If you can then proceed to 137, following that meeting of 6 March.
Yeah, following the meeting of 6 March, going to paragraph 137. Nevertheless, the meeting concluded that Lieutenant General Khumalo and Sintumule must revise and amend the plan in accordance with the decisions taken during the meeting. This must be prepared for sign-off by the Minister. It was agreed that there would be a further meeting convened on 27 March 2025 to finalize the plan. Until then, no further action was taken, and because the plan had to be approved and signed, the following was highlighted in the presentation. Paragraph 1371, the need for avoidance of adverse and unnecessary challenges that could be faced if the PKT is disbanded was of paramount importance. In this regard, the proposal was that there be a phased-out approach to the disbandment along the lines set out in the preliminary report of the 22nd of January. Insofar as the 114 dockets that were already on the court roll or before court, the recommendation was that they remain with the current investigating officers, the PKTT, both in KZN and the Eastern Cape once until finalization of the process, and thereafter there will be gradual withdrawal of the remaining PKTT members until all cases are finalized. The proposal recommended that the remaining members of PKTT would have the following responsibilities. Paragraph 1381, 23 detectives would be responsible for cases on the court roll at the time. 33 combat members will be responsible for protection of both the detectives and the 15 prosecutors, as due to the high-risk nature and the threat level of these investigations. 5 commanders to monitor the cases in court and provide command and control. 2 analysts, that is digital forensic, LCRC, and call data, to finalize analysis and section 212 statements for cases on the court roll. 2 administration personnel to be responsible for financial admin and fleet-related administration. 2 guards to safeguard operational centers, and when each case was finalized, dedicated detective and combat members would then withdraw and return to their respective station.
And then the action plan you set out in paragraph 139. The left column sets out activities, the middle column sets out the official who would be responsible, and the right column sets out the date by when that activity was due. Then in paragraph 140, you deal with the meeting of 27 March. If I can ask you to take the commission through that.
Yeah, on the 27th of March, a follow-up meeting was held regarding the implementation of the PKTT disbandment plan. In attendance at this meeting was the minister, the 2 deputy ministers, Lieutenant General Sintumule, Lieutenant General Sibia, Lieutenant General Kumalo, and a Lieutenant Colonel, and myself. I attach as SFM 13 the attendance list of those who were invited to the meeting. I must also.
Yeah, so that's on page 418, Commissioners. Yes, you can proceed.
Yeah, I must mention that for the PKTT portion of the meeting, because there was more than one meeting that day, the other attendees appearing on the attendance list were not part of this meeting that dealt with the PKTT. Further, that the Lieutenant Colonel that don't appear on the attendance list was, in actual fact, part of the meeting because she assisted in the presentation of the PKTT. She accompanied General Kumalo, and I understand she assisted also in the compilation of the presentation that was presented at the meeting. When the PKTT disbandment agenda item was discussed, the minister became visibly angry at this point. I, together with Kumalo, were still...
Can I ask you why? Why did the minister become visibly angry? Do you know?
Yeah, what made him angry was that in the proposed plan somewhere we said the PKTT is not going to take further cases. And when you look at the figures, you could see that there is an increase in the work of the PKTT because they did take over a case of Mandini. There was a case at Mandini where there was a case of case 30 of 2025 murder, which happened on the 4th of February. The deceased is...
Sorry, 4 February 2020?
4 February 2025. The disease is Senza Kwenzege. Pendukani Mabida is an ANC councillor of Ward 18. So these dockets increased the work of the PKTT, so the minister could pick it up. And he got angry that instead of the work going down, the work was going up. And it was explained that it's because of this very same case docket, which the district commissioner the local POP members arrested 2 people for possession of a firearm. And the district commissioner suspected that maybe these people might be linked to the killing of the councillor. And he phoned the PKTT to come and take over the investigation. And after they done that, they were able to link both ballistically the firearm as well as the suspect to the murder of this councillor. So, well, the minister was angry for that. It was quite strange.
Okay, what was strange about it, before I ask you the question?
Okay, no, it's quite strange to, it was first in my career to see a minister angry that police have done a good job. Because here, police have arrested somebody that is linked to the killing of a councillor. And he was angry and that they took over this docket. They didn't make the arrest. Yes, we agree with him. They did not make the initial arrest of the people for possession of firearm. That was done by the local POP. But the PKTT was able to do further investigation and they linked the suspect to the murder of this councillor. So that made him angry and it made the meeting end up abruptly, and he said he will only talk to me and not talk to Kumal and the rest. And yes, that what surprised me was exactly that how would you be angry when police did what they're supposed to do? So that I couldn't ask anybody as to why, but that remained boggling my mind forever.
So if I follow what you are saying is, in the report of 22 January 2025, you referred to page 407 of Masemola 2, Roman figure 2. You said no new dockets will be taken by or allocated to the task team. But on the 4th of February 2025, after you had said in the presentation no new dockets are going to be taken, new dockets continued to be taken by the task team.
Yes, new dockets, yes, the kept on. Remember also that I have never, since I got this letter of the minister of the 31st of December 2024, I've never communicated any directive to either Khumalo or the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal to disband the team. On my side, I was managing this, yes, doing these plans and saying, well, until this disbandment plan is signed, so there is no communication I'm going to give to KwaZulu-Natal to stop the work. So hence the district commissioner then phoned the team and that they then they went and took that docket. So there were nothing wrong with them because I never sent them any letter to disband the team. So yes, they kept taking on the work.
General, did you consider, I mean, the minister would, if he was angry, he will come and explain why he was angry. Did you consider perhaps that he may have gotten angry or been angry because he considered that the increase in dockets indicates a defiance of his instruction? Is that a possibility that you would consider?
Yeah, well, I did consider that. That's how he considered, yes. And he said further he will engage with me. So I was waiting for him to engage. I did think it in that line. But the fact of the matter is, well, whether I disband the team or don't disband the team, here you have police that have linked suspect with the killing of a councillor. Shouldn't you, despite being saying, no, this team must be disbanded, but shouldn't you appreciate that now you are angry that they still exist, they even made further success? I mean, why do you have police? Are you not having them to fight crime?
Perhaps if you could go back to paragraph 38 of your statement, where you deal with section 2053.
Paragraph, sorry, Commissioner.
38 of your statement. Is that not perhaps the point that you are making? Yeah, page 10. Paragraph 38.
Yes, correct. Paragraph 38, section 2053 of the Constitution provides that the police service is to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law.
So is that the point that you're making, that in light of the mandate of the police and the success that had been made, you are then confused by the minister's reaction when the police were performing the task that's assigned to them constitutionally?
That is correct, Commissioner. So yes, so well, they did exactly what is required of them by the Constitution, and it's expected that any action that the minister takes and myself should support, or whatever the minister does must support this section 2053 and not the other way around.
Then you conclude in that paragraph 141, to go back there to page 46, after you deal with that fact, which you say angered the minister based on the statistics, and you say the conclusion was that the minister said he's not going to talk to any of the team members, but he was only going to talk to you.
You what paragraph, Commissioner?
Yeah, remember in 141 you dealt
Yes.
with the minister's reaction,
Correct.
and then you said earlier that the minister indicated that he was not going to deal with any other member of the PKTT, but he would communicate with yourself. I'm referring
That's
to your
correct.
earlier evidence.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Then if I can ask you to proceed to para 142.
142, at some point during the meeting, the minister stated that he did not understand why we were so adamant that the PKTT must not be disbanded. Then he said that the president is in agreement that the PTT be disbanded. I was quite taken aback by his revelation, since it was the president who, knowing about the effectiveness of the PKTT, had requested the PKTT to deploy to assist with the Fort Hare cases, murder and investigations. Moreover, the president, in our last briefing on the PKTT, was satisfied with the performance. Of course, it's him saying it, so I wouldn't know whether what he's saying is true or not.
But do you have any reason not to believe what the minister said to you when he said that the president was in agreement that the PKTT be disbanded? Do you have any reasons or fact to contradict that statement?
Yeah, I do have reasons, because when I briefed the president on the 1st of February, he was quite surprised
Sorry,
that
which year? When you briefed the president on the 1st of February of which year?
1st of February 2025. Yes. He was quite taken aback when I briefed him that this team is being disbanded, and with no reasons given. And he was quite taken aback, and he said he will speak to the minister.
Yes, you testified on that yesterday, where you briefed the president on the 1st of February. I think if we can just take it from what you've stated in paragraph 142 to then continue in paragraph 143.
Perhaps let's start there after the tea adjournment, Mr. Mutau. Let's resume at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
Thank you. And one favor. Thank you. Before we proceed, the reference to that 1 February 2025 meeting is at paragraph 111. That's in relation to the question that Commissioner Khumalo had asked. That's 111 of General Masemola's statement. Yes. Then you were then dealing with paragraph 143 on page 46. That's where you're about to go to before the tea adjournment.
Thanks, Commissioners. Paragraph 143, the Minister stated that at that meeting of the 27th of March 2025, that it took a political decision to establish the PKTT, therefore it will take a political decision to disband it. The Minister directed that there will be no further meetings regarding this matter, and any further engagement would be held with me only as the National Commissioner. However, the Minister and I had no further engagement regarding the PKTT thereafter.
Okay. Then the next topic that you deal with relates to the 121 dockets. And you commence from paragraph 144. I can ask you to proceed from there.
Sometime in late April or early May 2025, I became aware that 121 dockets that were classified as under investigations were removed from the PKTT and handed over to Lieutenant General Sintumule on the instruction of Lieutenant General Sibia. I attach a copy of the handing over letter as per SFM 14.
Yes, that's at 419 to 423 of Masemola 2, but you don't need to go there. Please proceed.
Yeah, this came yet as another surprise to me, because after the abrupt ending of the 27th March 2025 meeting, the partially accepted plan of 6 March 2025 has still not been accepted, yet dockets have been taken away from PKTT.
Can I just ask you to explain that? Why are you surprised by this? What point do you seek to make there in that last sentence?
Yeah, what I seek to make is that you would recall that the plan was supposed to be finalized at the meeting of 6 March 2025 in Cape Town, and that didn't happen. And further, that it will be finalized at the meeting of 27th of March 2025. And that also did not happen, as the meeting ended not in a right mood. And so there was never that meeting where the minister said he will only engage me thereafter on the matter of the PKTT. That has not happened as yet. Nothing has happened. So meaning there is no finalized disbandment plan. So things still hangs. So in other words, then there shouldn't have been any dockets that are moving up and down. But moreover, remember, if you go back to the 6 March meeting, 6 March 2025, where in the proposed plan of that was presented by General Khumalo, was that dockets be, if not going to station of origin, they go to the province, to murder and robbery unit. You would recall that I said that point was crushed very, very harshly by both Nkabinde and Sibiya, that no, we will be recreating this PKTT under the guise of murder and robbery. So the doggers must go back to the police station of origin. So then it comes as a surprise, because that was the line that the doggers should go. So then there shouldn't be doggers that come to Pretoria, because Pretoria was never discussed in either of this meeting as a destination of any doggers.
Then, in the next paragraph at 145,
Mr. Madam, before the next paragraph, General, when you become aware that dockets have been removed, what did you do about it? General Sibiya is your report, so you are his superior. You know that there is no approved plan yet that authorizes this action. What did you do about it?
At some point, I did talk to him that I hear rumors that doggers are here. Remember, the agreement was doggers go to province, which you disprove that they go to station of origin. So there can't be doggers that come to this head office. So make sure that you do likewise. There shouldn't be any doggers that is here.
So you're saying you gave instruction, you gave him an instruction?
Yeah, I did tell him that it can be that dockers are here.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Matau? General, did Lieutenant General Sibiya have authority to remove the dockets or to instruct that dockets be removed from the PKTT and be brought to Pretoria to Lieutenant General Sentumude? Did he have that authority?
Look, he's a deputy for investigations. As and when there are, you can't just do it. There should be agreement. In this case, if for some reason, let's say it's ordinary dockets, he can engage a provincial commissioner to say, because of reason 1, 2, 3, this is what I think we do. And if they agree, then they will do it. And if they do not agree, then whoever party that is not satisfied can then come to me and say, there is this action that is about to take and I don't like it. So he does have that authority, but that authority must be on, there must be agreement to that effect. He can't just do it.
Agreement with who? With you or with the provincial commissioner?
There should be agreement with the provincial commissioner. Because the dockets belongs to a police station, and a police station reports to the provincial commissioner. So the provincial commissioner accounts for all dockets in his or her province. So he must know where they are and their movement at any given time. So nobody can then just come and take them away.
But General, this is not the normal situation of where he exercises his authority in the normal course. We're dealing with a situation where you've been given an instruction by the minister to disband. You tell General Sibiya, as I remember your evidence yesterday, you tell General Sibiya that you will deal with this matter because he's come to you with a plan and you don't like what he's proposing and you say, leave it to me, I'll deal with it. A plan is put to the minister is not happy with it. And you wait for the minister to engage with you further. So you're still at a point where nothing has been approved. You haven't authorized any action that relates to the disbandment. And then you've got your direct report who gives instructions contrary to whatever you might have said without checking with you. That there is no consequence at that point from you, isn't that, should we not be concerned about that? That you've got a direct report who just does what they want and there's no direct immediate consequence from you?
Yeah, well, I did take steps because I did tell him that not to do that, even though, of course, he will go around flighting that he's executing the minister's instruction. So, but I did intervene and I did tell him, leave, as I told him, let it begin to leave the matter. Even in this case, I told him, in our discussions, there was never a point where we said dockers must come to Pretoria. So make sure no dockers comes to this headquarters.
Thank you. General, we're still going to the issue of an internal investigation and how you dealt with General Sibia in relation to your instructions that were not obeyed. You deal with that further down in the statement, but perhaps just to locate precisely where we are here at this stage. You recall you dealt with the meeting of the 14th of January when you returned from leave, when you dealt with General Sibia coming to your office with a plan. Then you said he returned also on the 15th, and you indicated that on the 16th of January you had a meeting with the minister where you told us part of the information that the minister discovered based on the presentation on the 16th. Then you indicated that on the 17th, General Sibia proceeded to issue a letter in his own name after you had refused to sign it, and you said he knew that you were the only person that was authorized to issue that letter. You remember? That's the evidence you gave yesterday.
Yes, correct. I do remember, Commissioner.
And there are consequences that followed those actions by General Sibia, and that's where we are heading with your statement. Am I correct?
That is correct, so, Commissioner.
Okay. That if we can then proceed to deal with, I think we were at paragraph 144, where you were dealing with, after you became aware that the dockets had been removed and handed over to Lieutenant General Sintumule, then you attach a copy of the handover letters as part of SFM 14 of Masemola 2. If I can just ask you to turn to page 419 of Masemola 2. You see the document goes from 419 to 423. That's the, oh sorry, is that the handover document that you are talking about in paragraph 144? The signature pages are on 423. Correct?
Signature is on 423.
Oh, sorry, 422. So if you start at 422.
Yeah, correct.
That's fine. Yeah. I mean, it will tie up later when we deal with the action that you then take following this. If we can then go back to 145.
Yeah, on paragraph 145, on the 22nd of July 2025, I disapproved a request for funding for the investigation of the 121 political task team killing dockets proposed by Major General Motsepe and recommended by Lieutenant General Sibia. This was, in essence, a proposal for the 121 dockets to be investigated and finalized by the Serious and Violent Crime Investigation, Murder and Robbery Section of Head Office. The funding request is annexed document as SFM 15.
Can I just ask you to go to page 424?
Advocate Madau, sorry to interrupt you. I just want clarity on this issue. From March 2025 to July 2025, it's a period of 4 months. So are we to take that from 23 March 2025 to July 2025, the dockets were sitting in Pretoria and they were not being investigated?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So what were they doing in Pretoria for that 4-month period?
There were some, well, when I heard around May, they were being handed over from KZN to Lieutenant General Kumalo, from Lieutenant General Kumalo to General Sintumule. And with each handing over, they were checking them, auditing them. That's what they were doing. Until then, on this 22nd of July, the request, of course, came earlier than 22nd of July to my office, but I only considered it that day, where there was a proposal now to establish another team from here, head office, to take these dockets back to KwaZulu-Natal with new money to go and investigate. That is then where I disapprove this funding to say we can't be sending another team where there is a team. These dockets must just be audited and be handed over back to the same team that dealt with them before. But of course, before that, you'll recall, Commissioner, that we didn't know then the motive of requiring these dockets to come to Pretoria. Now that we know that the real purpose of these dockets coming to Pretoria was actually to audit and find the dockets of Gauteng, the Gauteng Crime Intelligence Operation. That is the dockets of Amaswart, the dockets of CAT. So that was the objective at the end of the day. I'm sure we'll come there later, but at this time, one realized that the calling of the dockets from KZN to here was motivated by the 10 members of PKTT that came from KwaZulu-Natal to Gauteng.
And how do you know that this was the motivation?
Well, the linkages, Commissioner, that one finds when they give a detailed briefing, which Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumar, I'm sure, will give. Some part might be in camera. That's where you will find the links amongst the people in terms.
But these dockets were never in KZN, were they? Because 10 PKTT members came up from KZN to join the GCI Ops members to assist them in Gauteng. So my understanding is that those dockets were always in Gauteng and were not part of the 121 that came up from KZN. So if you say the motivation for bringing up the dockets from KZN was to see the contents insofar as the contents related to the Gauteng cases. So it means the target was missed, the real target was missed. Correct me if I have it all wrong.
Indeed, you are correct, Commissioner, but however, remember the people that were doing this were not aware that they just presumed that because they are members from PKTT KwaZulu-Natal that came to Gauteng, it means they are the one behind the Gauteng project. So if you disband them in KZN, then the investigation in Gauteng will then collapse. That is what later get to be discovered.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clear it up in my mind. We don't need to belabor it. I assume that we'll hear more about it when Lieutenant General Khumalo testifies.
Thanks, Commissioners. If we can then proceed to 424, which is Annexure SM15 in Masemola 2. There are certain paragraphs that you deal with as being incorrect in this request for funding. And if I can just ask you perhaps to deal with the paragraphs. If you start at paragraph 1, deals with the purpose for the request, then I'll ask you when we deal with those paragraphs that you correct in your statement as being incorrect. So I'll cross-reference between that paragraph and what you say in your statement. So if you can just proceed.
Yeah, the information note to the National Commissioner, the purpose thereof says that the information note is to request additional funding for investigation and closure of one-to-one political killing case dockets under serious and violent crime investigations, murder and robbery section.
Yes, if you can proceed to the background.
The background, on the 31st of December 2024, the Minister's Office issued an instruction through the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibiya, who was acting as the National Commissioner at that time, that the political task team, which is based in KwaZulu-Natal, Durban, be disbanded and transfer all case dockets to the respective station of origin through Provincial Serious and Violent Crime Investigation Unit.
In your statement at para 147, you deal with this paragraph. Page 48 of your statement.
Yeah, the document, the information note that I just read now, incorrectly record at paragraph 2.1 that Lieutenant General Sibiya was the acting National Commissioner on 31st of December 2024, when the directive to disband PKTT was issued by the Minister. Lieutenant General Msikidi was that time. The correct fact is that Lieutenant General Msikidi was the acting National Commissioner while I was on leave from that 31st December 2024 up to 13 January 2025.
Then, if I can ask you to skip.
Sorry, Mr. Mittal, before you move on.
Yes.
General, in that paragraph 2.1, at least as far as I think I've understood the evidence so far, it doesn't seem that's the only incorrect thing that is contained in that paragraph. The paragraph says the minister issued an instruction through the office of General Sibiya. Surely that's not correct? on the 31st of December, it is issued to you. The instruction is issued to you, not to Sibia.
That is correct, Commissioner.
That's the first part. The second part is, it says General Sibia, who was the acting national commissioner at the time, and you've pointed out that is not correct. And the third part to it is, it says that the direction from the minister to Sibia, according to this paragraph, General Sibia, according to this paragraph, it's that the political task team, which is based in KZN, be disbanded, and this is the important part I want you to comment on, transfer all case dockets to respective stations of origin through provincial serious and violent crime investigation. That's not the instruction of the minister, that last part.
Yes, that's true. That paragraph or line is incorrect, yes.
Who is the author of this note?
Is Major General Motsepe, I think, let me just check.
Motsepe is scratched out at 427. I can't quite read it. I think it's Kopedi Tata or something.
Oh yeah, I see here is Brigadier Kopedi Tata on behalf of Motsepe.
Now, when you signed this memorandum, as you do in that page, where you do not approve the request for funding, did you inquire where he got this information from? I mean, it's a complete misrepresentation, and you know it is a complete misrepresentation in 2.1. Did you inquire where Kopedi Tata got this information from?
No. I didn't ask him that. I just concentrated on the request, what they want, and to give a response on it.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mata.
Just before you leave, on the same page, 427, it looks like before this document came to you, it had already been approved by Lieutenant General Sibia on the 8th of July, 2025. Is that?
He just recommended it for approval.
For approval, yes.
Correct, the Commissioner.
And just to complete the picture, if you go back to 373, that's the email to which the 31 December 2024 letter was attached. And the people copied there do not include Lieutenant General Sibia, but you, General Masemola, and Lieutenant General Musikidi are copied.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Budau.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then, if I can ask you to turn to paragraph 3.7 of SFM 15, page 425.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes, we can just ask you to deal with that.
You may proceed, Mr. Mutalo.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We're just trying to figure out how a certain name features on all of this, yeah.
Thank you.
And we think we have figured it out.
No, thank you. In fact, earlier on, I thought Commissioner Baloi called me Mr. Motsepe. I won't ask where that comes from in terms of renaming people.
All I'll say is that it's a totally different name.
No, Charles, I was just saying the renaming of people in this commission has precedent that emanates from somewhere. Yes, paragraph 3.7, General, on page 425. If I can please ask you to deal with that.
Yeah, 3.7 on 425 states that The divisional commissioner informed the national commissioner on the sentiments of the provincial commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, who directed that the DNC crime detection must be informed who will dispose of the dockets at his discretion.
You deal with this paragraph in paragraph 146 of your statement. If I can just ask you to deal with that.
Yeah, on paragraph 146, I mentioned that I mentioned this specifically because in the document at paragraph 3.7, it is recorded that I directed that Lieutenant General Sibiya be informed that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi did not want to take possession of the dockets and that he, Lieutenant General Sibiya, will dispose of the dockets at his discretion. This is not correct when Lieutenant General Sintumule, Divisional Commissioner of Detectives and Forensics, called me to inform me of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's refusal to accept the dockets. I advised Sintumule that she must tell Lieutenant General Sibiya that he should return the dockets the same way that he took them from the province.
What does that mean? Returning them the same way that he took them?
I was mentioning that the dockets that he took from KwaZulu-Natal, if he took it without the authority of the provincial commissioner, he must return them same way without the authority back to where he took them from. Because he, first of all, he wasn't supposed to take them without the knowledge of the PC. And nevertheless, he took them. So I was saying he must see to finish, he must take them the same way back.
So if he didn't involve the if he did not involve the provincial commissioner when taking them, he should also not involve him when he's returning them to the province. That's the point you're making.
Correct, yes. That's what I was saying.
Right. Then you dealt with your comment on page 427 to that request. If you can just deal with that for completeness sake, your hand inscription.
Yeah, so this is now the process of getting the dockets back, because the dockets are already here in Pretoria, whether they came right or wrong, but they are here. So then from the office of General Sintumule, this memo was drawn requesting for a budget for a number of officials from head office, serious and violent crime, to go to KwaZulu-Natal with the one-to-one dockets to investigate them. And this is the request that came the 8th of July, actually started 1st July, signed off by Brigadier Khubuditata. On behalf of General Sintumule, it was signed off on the 1st of July, and General Sibiya recommended it on the 8th of July, 2025, and on 22nd of July, 2025, I dealt with the request where I disapproved it, and my comments are that we cannot spend double on the same function. Political killings task team is there already doing the function. Why are the dockets at HQ, as it was agreed that some dockets from the team be returned to the station of origin? That was the last agreement. In all other meetings the disbandment meetings that we had, that was the last agreement. So then after this disapproval, then I engaged the process of getting the dockets to go back. That's where then I embarked on tasking Major General Mogale to make copies, and subsequently they were sent back.
Can you please explain the agreement you are referring to? Who had agreed and when?
Commissioner, sorry?
You are referring to an agreement. I'm saying, please explain what exactly that agreement was and who had agreed and when.
I'm referring to the meeting of the 6th of March in Cape Town, 6th of March 2025, as well as the 27th of March 2025. The Commissioner will recall in Cape Town that there was a suggestion that the dockets be taken to murder and robbery unit, KwaZulu-Natal, if at all the team is disbanding. And there was a strong view that no, they must go to station of origin. And it was more.
But had you agreed to that? Had you agreed to that? You and General Mkhwanazi? Because I think he was also at that meeting, or not? He was not at that meeting.
No,
he was only there on the 5th.
No, with General Mkhwanazi, we haven't agreed. General Mkhwanazi was not engaged at all in all
He
this.
was, no. He was there on the 5th, the day before the meeting of the 6th.
Correct.
Yes. So on the 6th, he was not at the meeting.
No, on the 6th, he was not at the meeting.
All right.
He wasn't.
Now, my understanding is that at that meeting, you were pushing for something different altogether. To the dockets being taken to the stations of origin. That's not what you were pushing for, not so?
No, that's not what I was pushing for.
As an alternative, you were pushing for the dockets being taken to murder and robbery.
Correct.
As an alternative.
Correct,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Now, what I'm trying to understand is the agreement that you are referring to because I have not heard you say that once the return, or rather, once a suggestion was made that the dockets be returned to the stations of origin, you never said, yes, we agree. Did you?
No, we didn't agree.
Yes.
But,
And then there was to be a follow-up meeting which took place on the 27th of March. That's where you say the minister was all of a sudden very angry, and basically no meaningful discussion took place on the 27th. Not so?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now I'm trying to understand what agreement you are referring to then, because you say, you've just said now, on the 6th, you never agreed to the dockets being taken to the stations of origin. So that's why I'm asking you what agreement you are referring to then.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'm referring to the same meeting of the 6th of March 2025. The minister ruled that, yes, he sided with General Sibia and the Chief of Staff that dockets must not go to province, must go to the station of origin. That's what he said. So it's sort of an agreement, but that plan is not yet.
Maybe then you've captured this incorrectly if you say there was an agreement, because you've just said there was no agreement.
Yeah, no.
Because you were pushing for something else.
Yes.
And then the minister and the chief of staff said something different.
Yes.
So I don't see the agreement.
Yeah, so maybe I should have said suggested. I should have used the word suggested that they go to station of origin. So my main intention was that there was no Pretoria at all in the mention.
Or rather, the minister's preferred course was that the dockets be sent to the stations of origin. Would have been more accurate.
Yeah, that would have been the correct.
Yes. That, of course, is if your narrative is correct. We don't know what the minister will say. Yeah.
All right.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Madlanga.
Thank you, Chair. So you then proceed from paragraph 148 on page 48 of your statement, paragraph 148.
148, on the 28th of July 2025, I received a request from Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi for a further extension of the PKTT's term and the approval of a budget until February 2026. The financial approval is attached as SFM 16.
Yes, and that is at page 433 of Masemola 2. You see at page 435, it is signed by General Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, at the bottom of 435.
That is correct.
And then the other signatures appear over the page. CFO and yourself.
That's correct.
And the approval for the extension is for 8 months. That is under the recommendations there for the period 1 August 2025 to 31 March 2026.
That is correct.
So on the face of this, are you disbanding the task team? Or is the task team and its functions continuing?
Commissioners, well, you'll recall that we were still with the disbandment plan, but the team, I kept on renewing financial authorities, so the team is still working. As I said, remember there is no disbandment letter that I personally sent to either General Dumisani Khumalo and or the provincial commissioner. So they were still functioning because there is no clarity in this disbandment plan. We were still working on it, and safe to say that as one was trying to manage this process, looking for the real reason that never came for why is the team disbanded, and eventually after the arrest of Nhlanhla on the 14th of May 2025, it became clear as to what was the objective for the disbandment. But the team was never, it is still working, and in any way currently we are going to beef it up, and Gauteng also we are in the process of establishing a PKTT for the province.
And at this stage,
Sorry, Mr. Mdao.
Apologies.
Can I just understand, is your approach that until the minister has approved the plan, a disbandment plan, the task team will continue its work in the way that they've always done? That's the one possibility. The other is the team is already in the winding down process even before a plan is approved. So when you approve this budget request or this funding request, I'm trying to understand whether you're approving to fund the continuing work of the task team in the normal course, pending the approval of a plan, or you are funding the team as part of a process of winding down. Which one is it?
At some point, I think earlier, as we were supposed to wind down, the issue was the minister was going to sign off the plan of winding down, and that plan couldn't be finalized. So then we couldn't wind down the team. So the funding is for continuation of the team.
Can you just, Mr. Matau, I'm looking at the date, 29 July 2025. Just for our benefit, Minister Mkhunu at this point had been suspended, am I correct?
Yeah, I think
Now,
yes.
oh, sorry. He's on leave. Let me put it correctly. He's on leave at this point. So, was your reason for approving the continuation of the operations until at least February 2026 motivated by that, or did it have nothing to do with that? Because in your response to my co-commissioner, Advocate Baloy, you say you were still waiting for the minister's approval of the winding down plan. But that can only be Minister Mkhunu. And at this point, we know that he's on leave. So I just want you to clarify, what was your motivation for approving the operations at least until February 2026?
Yeah, commissioners, of course, we were, as you'd be aware, we were working on this winding down plan, awaiting approval by the minister at some point, and until when the team came to brief us on their discovery of what the real motive is. Since that day, then one adopted the approach that we don't wind down. The team must proceed, which was it was somewhere, I'm sure, in June, if I am correct, or July. No, we were briefed somewhere in July, yes, yeah. Then that's when one decided that no, the team should go on, because now we know what the motive was.
You say your motivation was the briefing in July. I just need clarity on that. Who briefed you in July? And how did that briefing influence this decision that we are talking about?
Yeah, it was General Dumisani Khumalo, together with his team members and the provincial commissioner, General Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, commissioners. Yes, you then approved that request for that period that is indicated as per Annexure SFM 16.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Then you move to paragraph 149 on page 48. Okay.
Yeah, on paragraph 149, in line with this, and on the 18th of August 2025, I wrote to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi advising him that the one-to-one dockets will be returned to KZN. I requested that he use his discretion to decide whether all dockets should be returned to PKTT or if others should be directed to another unit or office in the province, and the letter is attached as SFM 17.
Yes, that's at page 437. Then in paragraph 150, you mentioned the fact that the return of these dockets became a focal point of contention between yourself and the newly appointed minister. If I can just ask you to deal with that. Commencing from paragraph 150 to 152.
Yeah, the return of the one-to-one dockets became a focal point of contention between me and the newly appointed Minister of Police, highlighting again and underlining tension in both operational autonomy and the potential political overreach. The concern was that the return of the dockets would effectively impair the Madlanga Commission's work. This tension was eased quickly. I advised the Minister that the decision to return the dockets was taken earlier on and that the dockets had been returned to KZN to continue investigations. Copies of the dockets had been made and are stored safely. At any stage, they will be made available to the Commission in whatever form it requires. And this resolved the impasse. So to just emphasize further there that it just so happened that during that time when I was asked the question whether what happened to the one-to-one dockets, and I said they've been returned. It was just after the postponement of the starting date of the commission. So I'm sure it was misinterpreted as if I'm returning the dockets because the commission has been postponed. But that was not the case. My processes started long before. It was just a coincidence.
Yes, then please proceed, 151.
It is worth noting that since the dockets were taken from the PKTT on General Swear's instruction, the dockets were not investigated. This heightened the need to get the dockets back to the team to progress those investigations. I'm advised that an audit was undertaken of the dockets comparing the state of the dockets when they arrived at head office and when they were handed back to the task team. The audit demonstrates that only inspections were done, but not investigations were conducted. Major General Mogale, who's the current acting divisional commissioner of detectives, was directed to oversee the return of the dockets, and if called by the commission, he will be able to explain the status of the dockets.
And the essence of the point that you make there in those two paragraphs is that the dockets, when they were taken to head office in Pretoria, and upon that their return to KwaZulu-Natal, what has been determined is that no investigations took place in respect of those dockets.
That is correct, Commissioners.
General, sorry, Mr. Madam. What is and what is the difference between inspection and investigation, as you have them there in 152?
Yeah, investigation is when you go around taking statements of people that can support your commission of the offense, collecting evidence, obtaining statements, finding out where is the suspect, tracing the suspect, and first identifying the suspect and tracing the suspect. And then the inspection is, that is the auditing of the file, to check on the status of the file, to say in this file, okay, you check what was done and what still needs to be done. That's the inspection.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Then, General, the next topic that you deal with is that of implicated persons. Commencing from paragraph 153, you mention Minister Mkhwanazi. If I can ask you to deal with the briefings commencing from 154, because you see in 153 you say Minister Mkhwanazi was appointed as a minister from 3 July 2024 until he was suspended on the 13th of July 2025. Then the next subtopic is briefings by National Commissioner to the Minister of Police. So if I can ask you to start at 154.
Following the appointment of the new Minister of Police.
Thinking again, Mr. Mutau, the transcription will now reflect suspended.
Oh yes, who knows? Put on leave. Apologies, thank you. I can't blame the person who planted this language.
Ms. Mutau, maybe just for clarification, appointment and taking office. Did he take office on the 3rd of July, or was that the date when the cabinet was announced, but he took office sometime later? And if you don't have it now, we can clarify it later.
Yes.
But
Thanks.
It's important in terms of the sequence from July to December 2024.
Thanks, Commissioner Kumal. I don't have it immediately at hand, but we will look into that. Thank you. Yes, paragraph 154.
Yeah, following the appointment of the new Minister of Police, it is standard practice for the National Commissioner to arrange a series of comprehensive briefings. These sessions serve to familiarize the incoming minister with the current landscape of policing operations, key policy directives, and ongoing strategic initiatives. The Commissioner provides detailed reports on pressing matters such as major investigations, operational priorities, and any other sensitive matters requiring ministerial oversight. Additionally, the briefing covers the status of specialized units, recent restructuring efforts, and the implementation and progress of previously agreed upon policies. By facilitating these briefings, the National Commissioner ensures that the Minister is fully appraised of critical developments, challenges, and opportunities within the service. This process not only assists the Minister in exercising informed political control and accountability, but also support the seamless translation of directives into effective operational execution. Such initial briefings set the tone for ongoing collaboration, establishing a clear channel of communication and delineating responsibilities between political leadership and senior management. If, however, the Minister does not receive these briefings, several significant risks arise, and that could undermine both the effectiveness and the integrity of policing service. This is due to the fact that without timely access to current intelligence, the Minister may be unable to respond proactively to urgent operational challenges or emerging threats, resulting in delayed or misguided decision-making. Critical investigations and sensitive cases such as those involving high-profile misconduct or complex unit disbandment might proceed without appropriate oversight, raising the risk of political fallout or public controversy. Paragraph 158. Moreover, gaps in the communication that allow internal conflicts, insubordination, or misalignment with the national directives to fester, potentially leading to operational paralysis or the erosion of discipline within specialized units. The absence of comprehensive briefings might also hinder the Minister's ability to exercise meaningful accountability and open avenues for mismanagement and obscure early warning signs of systemic dysfunction. Ultimately, neglecting the briefings imperils the Minister's credibility, expose him to personal and political liability, and compromise the safety and trust of communities the police are sworn to serve. Paragraph 159. Despite standard protocol, the Minister was not open to customary comprehensive briefing opting instead for selective updates on areas of interest or personal interest. On multiple occasions, I advised the Minister of the critical importance of receiving a thorough briefing across all divisions yet. Just to make an example in this specific regard, we gave the Minister, for example, a briefing on division visible policing, but he was selective in what he wants. I think he wanted central file registry. Nothing wrong, of course, maybe he picked up some problems in that area and other areas. Then the rest of the division then was done later at some point. But you could see that that briefing was done to him on the central file registry, which is part of division visible policing, done last year already, 2024. If he allowed the whole division to be briefed about the whole of the division, then the point that is on the letter of the 31st December 2024 that talks to border policing, he should have received that briefing then already last year, because earlier than December, because border policing is part of division visible policing. And he was also briefed on crime intelligence, but not the whole, only on specific matters.
So can I just ask you before you proceed, when you say the Minister preferred selective updates on briefings, how would this be communicated to yourselves regarding the areas that the Minister had selected that he wants to be briefed on? Like, how would that happen?
Normally we would, from one briefing, will be knowing that or agree that the next briefing, it will be about the following, and we'll come prepared on those topics. But just before the date of that briefing, the Minister will send an email or letter through Chief of Staff to say, in the coming meeting, I would want the following, the specifics. Now, you might find in a specific directorate, it's only one section that you would want to brief. Maybe we thought we were going to brief him about the whole, but it's only that one directorate. Like the example I'm giving, that the Directorate of Visible Policing, I know we briefed him earlier somewhere in 2024. But when we get to the meeting, he selected what you would want in that directorate. And then, so the rest was not given. Hence now we see on the 31st December letter of 31st December 2024 letter, he raised border policing. Now, should he have allowed the comprehensive briefing of that directorate, he would have known earlier on those matters that he raised on that letter.
Right.
General, where you say in this paragraph that he selective updates on areas of personal interest, where you say personal interest, you mean topics identified by him?
Yeah, I mean topics identified by him. Obviously, it might have been, he might have had that there is, he got reports that there are problems in that area or whatever. Yes, personal interest, I actually refer, selected by him, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Madoi. Yes, sir, you had started on multiple occasions. I advised the Minister of the critical importance of receiving thorough briefing across all divisions yet, and that's where you stopped. Please proceed. Though he acknowledged, line 4.
Yeah, though he acknowledged the remainder,
the reminder.
Though he acknowledged the reminder, he repeatedly did not allocate time for the complete sessions, notably up to the point when the decision to disband the task team, that is the PKTT, was made. Minister Mkhwanazi had not received any formal update on the team's progress. This lack of comprehensive briefing is particularly pertinent to this commission, as it underscores a significant gap in gathering of information and adequate information flow prior to the key operational decisions. So what I'm just mentioning there is that up to the point when the 31st December 2024 letter was, the directive was sent to myself, there was never a briefing on the PKTT to the minister.
And you said it's through no lack of trying on your part. You said it was not through lack of trying on your part.
No, it was not through lack of try. I did try many a times to brief him on that.
Yes, please proceed. Paragraph 160.
This is further reinforced by the fact that the three individuals that could have briefed him, at the very least on the PKTT, did not get an opportunity to do so. Neither myself, neither Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, nor Lieutenant General Dimsani Khumalo were asked to do a briefing. The decision to disband the PKTT in KZN was fundamentally an operational matter, falling squarely within the purview of the National Commissioner, who is responsible for the management and strategic deployment of policing resources. I, supported by senior leadership, determined the structure, mandate, and continued existence of specialized units in response to evolving the threats and the need of effective law enforcement. More so, PKTT is just a task team, not a unit.
So what is the significance of that, if any?
The significance is in as much as the PKTT was established after the call by the President and the response by the IMC, the fact of the matter is it is a task team. Task team is a team that can be either be established by a district commissioner or a provincial commissioner. Well, this one was established after the call-up by those role players that I mentioned. So this establishment can still be activated by the provincial commissioner after giving reasons why, or by myself. So it does not require the level of a minister to go down past national commissioner, past the DNCs, the provincial commissioners, and go and disband a task team. So the level of it did not really require that. If ever, we acknowledge, as I said, that it was established after the call by the higher authorities, but still, he should at least have said, this is what I think we should do. Then we would engage and find out the reasons why, if ever we do, and take it from there. But not without consultation, just disband a team that is at that level of the police.
Please proceed. Next sentence, when the minister intervened.
When the minister intervened and made determination about the PKTT without receiving comprehensive briefing or affording me and the relevant officers an opportunity to present their assessments, such actions constitute an overreach into areas reserved for my operational command. This encroachment blurred the vital distinction between policy direction and operational execution, potentially compromising the integrity of policing strategies and undermining the established process for internal accountability and decision-making. By bypassing my mandatory responsibilities, the minister's approach risked sowing confusion, eroding discipline, and jeopardizing the effectiveness of law enforcement efforts in sensitive investigations.
So mandatory responsibilities, there is statutory responsibilities, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we can proceed. 162.
Even if the decision to disband the task team is deemed a matter of policy rather than operational judgment, let's say maybe this commission find that way, such a determination cannot legitimately occur in isolation from thorough briefings by the relevant SAPS executive and meaningful consultation with other key functionaries involved in the task team's work, including the NPA, the SSA, and the Defense Intelligence. These briefings and consultations are essential to ensure that all stakeholders are appraised of the operational realities, the investigative process, and interagency dependencies that underpin the task team's mandate. Only through a considered collaborative process grounded in expert input and collective oversight can such far-reaching policy decision be responsibly and effectively implemented, safeguarding both the integrity of law enforcement strategies and the interest of national security. The implementation of the disbandment, if it had to occur, was quintessentially operational in nature. This speaks to the question whether the disbandment should occur with immediate effect or through gradual phased approach. This fell within the purview of my area of responsibility, and I'm of the firm view that the minister's instruction was separation of powers harm insensitive and constitute executive overreach and political interference. The consequence of this breakdown became evident in subsequent developments. Without the benefit of a full spectrum of briefing, ministerial interventions unfolded without the context or clarity that proper oversight demands. This not only amplified the risk of operational misalignment, but also left senior officers without an avenue to communicate critical updates or concerns, particularly regarding sensitive units such as the PKTT.
Sorry, General, can you just clarify what you mean by breakdown? Is it a breakdown of relationship, or are you implying something different?
A breakdown of communication amongst the officers.
Perhaps you see there in the second sentence, you talk about without the benefit of a full spectrum briefing. Is that linked to the breakdown in communication that you're talking about?
That is correct, that it links without the full benefit of spectrum briefing, yes, correct.
The left not knowing what the right is doing.
Correct, Commissioners.
Please proceed.
In the absence of structured information flow, decisions regarding the PKDT were made with limited insight into the intricate challenges facing the unit, including its investigative progress and the implication of any proposed restructuring. Key stakeholders include those with direct operational responsibility and interagency partners, were sidelined, further compounding confusion and eroding the trust. Such deficiencies in communication and consultation undermine accountability and effective decision-making at the highest level. This context is essential to fully understand subsequent actions and investigations, particularly those relating to General Sibiya. Even when one accepts that the authority to order disbandment of the task team ultimately resides with the minister, the responsibility for translating that policy determination into actionable steps, its operationalization remains vested in the office of the National Commissioner.
Yes, sorry, if I can just stop you there. You see that there's a word that is missing in that sentence or that paragraph. It's even if one were to accept that the authority, because that's an assumption there that you make, to say, assuming it were to be found that,
correct.
that authority resides with the minister, i.e. to take a decision of disbanding the task team, then you separate that process from the second aspect, which is actioning that decision.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Yes, then proceed. As the principal custodian.
As the principal custodian of SAPS operations, I am in charge of implementing ministerial directives in a manner that aligns with established protocols, preserve the integrity of ongoing investigations, and effectively manages the redeployment or restructuring of specialized units. The division of roles is not merely procedural, it is foundational to ensuring that policy intent is realized through expert execution without blurring the boundaries between executive direction and command.
Yes, and can I ask you, before you go to the next topic, which is the cancellation of Mr. Madlanga's contract, I've looked at all the correspondence flowing from the minister's letter of 31 December 2024. And I'll just give the references so that the commissioners can have them. For your purpose, you don't need to go there, but it's SFM 9, page 374, SFM 10 at 376, SFM 11 at pages 381, 382, and 406, SFM 12 at page 410, SFM 15 at page 424, SFM 16 at page 433, and SFM 3 at pages 154, 159, and 163. All this correspondence refers to the minister's directive. In other words, it starts from the date of 31 December 2024 when it was first communicated. Then it's reflected as such in all of those letters. And I'd like to ask a question that flows from that. When looking at these documents, I couldn't find anything that indicates whether consideration was given to the lawfulness of the instruction or directive that the minister gave. But all the documents seem to move from the premise that once the directive is given, it needed to be given effect to. Now, can I ask, since this does not emanate from the documents, when the minister gave that or issued that directive on the 31st of December 2024, was consideration ever given to its lawfulness? In other words, did consideration be given to determine whether that directive had been lawfully issued or not? In other words, separating it from its implementation.
Yeah, no, Commissioner, there was no there was no consideration whether it is legal or not. It was not. I'm sure it will be this commission to determine that.
So you looked into that issue when you were preparing for your appearance at the commission and in catering for the different scenarios. To say first scenario, it is unlawful, but if it is found to be lawful, then you say there is still overreach and or interference in the terms that you've specified in your statement thus far.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioners. Yeah, it was not considered whether it's lawful or not. So, as I said, I'm sure this commission will assist us in that regard. And if ever it's found to be lawful, then still, when it comes to the how part, I still maintain that that cannot be part of the direction. So, yeah.
Does this mean...
And in fact,
Thank you, Mr. Mtao. General, does this mean that what you say, for example, in paragraphs 161 and 188, maybe you do say it elsewhere as well, is a view that you have come to hold after the event, not that it's a view that you held at the time the minister issued the disbandment instruction or directive. In 161, for context, you say the decision to disband the PKTT in KZN was fundamentally an operational matter falling squarely within the purview of the National Commissioner. And then in 188, you say, in respect of the minister, knowing what I know now, what I considered in the past tense to be irrational and inexplicable encroachment into operational issues is now explained by his desire to hold investigations against criminal cartels by disbanding the PKTT. So does this mean this view is a view you hold now, but which you did not hold at the time the directive was issued?
No, I did hold that view from the beginning when this directive was issued, Commissioner. But of course, that is General Masemola's view. I don't know what is the view of the others, of course, including the public and a lot of legal experts, those that are doing, giving opinions now. This document, for good or bad, it was leaked that time. Actually, I saw it on the media before I was aware that this document was directed to me.
Please make me understand. Maybe I missed something.
Okay.
Please make me understand your response to the chief evidence leader's question then. I thought you meant this is not an issue you considered at the time. Hence the question I asked with reference to paragraphs 161 and 188 of your affidavit. Now, can you make me understand the response you gave to the chief evidence leader just now?
I'm not sure if I follow the Commissioner.
Please repeat your question, perhaps, Mr.
Yes, perhaps let me try, Chair. I gave you the different references, you remember, and I said once the directive was issued, I couldn't find any document that indicates that the lawfulness of that direction, i.e. whether it fell within your operational issues or it was one that the minister could legally issue or lawfully issue, was considered. You remember I asked that question and I said the documents seem to move from the premise that the lawfulness of the issuance of that instruction was not an issue, but the focus was on its implementation.
Yeah, yes, correct. After it was issued, it was never interpreted whether legal or illegal, but it was a directive. But the implementation of it, or the how part of it, definitely was quite questionable right from the beginning.
Yes. Then I proceeded. I said, then in preparation for the commission for appearing and giving evidence here, one of the issues that you looked into, which you had not looked at before, was whether it was or it wasn't lawful for the minister to issue the instruction in the first place. Call, I asked you that question.
Yeah, we didn't look at that at the beginning.
And I think what then the chair is asking you says, with reference to paragraph, for example, 161 of your statement.
And 188.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and 188, where you talk about considering that instruction to be irrational and an inexplicable encroachment. And the chair is asking that, does that mean that, flowing from your evidence, that is a view that you hold after the fact? In other words, having only looked at it after and in preparation for the commission? Or is it a view that you've always held? That's the question that the chair is asking.
Well, as I said, we didn't check the lawfulness of it, but I held that view, the reserved view, that this might be illegal. But after the fact that I know what I know now, then I concluded that no, I wasn't wrong with my view that this was fundamentally an illegal directive.
So that view was a reserved one. Did you express it to the minister at the time? I think that's more the question that the chair is asking.
Yeah, no, I didn't express it to him, but what I keep digging was, why are you doing this? On what basis are you disbanding this team? And
you didn't express it? Oh,
yes,
sorry.
yes, and we never had a really explanation on why.
You make a good point when you say that you are not making any pronouncement on the question of the lawfulness of the instruction, and that you leave that to the commission. And indeed also, when I put my questions to you yesterday, you will recall that I referred to these two paragraphs, 161 and 188. So I proceeded from the premise of what you yourself are saying, and it was not at that stage any pronouncement on the lawfulness or otherwise of the instruction. That's something that my fellow commissioners and I are yet to consider.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thanks, Chair. And perhaps just to close that issue, if I can ask you to turn to page 5 of your statement, paragraph 26. You dealt with it yesterday, but it might be opposite to refer back to it. Please indicate when you are there.
Say paragraph?
26. Page 5.
Yeah, correct, I'm there.
Yesterday, you told the commission, when you're testifying in relation to paragraph 26, that you view the benefits of participating in the commission as not only being to provide your account of the interactions with Minister Mkhunu on the issues forming the subject matter of for determination in this commission, but you hope that the commission's findings and recommendations will lead to improved governance, public trust, and institutional effectiveness, which are not only critical for SAPS, but are foundational to the well-being and safety of the South African society as a whole. You remember when you're dealing with that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And it brings into the question sharply the determination of that interpretation, which sits purely and squarely within the remit of the commission to make.
Correct.
In relation to, firstly, the lawfulness of that instruction being issued and the question of its implementation and where either of those two fall.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Right. Thank you. Then if I can ask you to go to the next topic that you deal with in your statement. You're about to deal with the cancellation of Mr. Matala's contract at page 54 of your statement, paragraph 168. And you deal with that in paragraphs 168 and 169. If I can ask you to please deal with those two paragraphs.
168, Mr. Mkhunu, or Minister Mkhunu, raised the alarm on the matter of the health risk manager contract at a meeting, and then we subsequently held a meeting on the 24th of December 2024, and a follow-up meeting was held on 3 February 2025. Concerns were raised regarding the health risk manager contract with Medicare / Medicare 24 Tshwane District, a contract for medical examination for new SAPS members. Without these exams, new appointments were affected. In the meetings, reports of general non-performance were raised. Minister Mkhunu instructed that we look into the contract. During that process, we discovered corruption, fraud, and a failure of delivery of service, resulting in the cancellation of the contract on 13th of May 2025.
But is that not positive action on the part of the minister?
Was it?
Is that not positive action on the part of the minister?
No, it is indeed a positive step on his part. Correct.
Please proceed to 169.
On a conspectus of the facts that have now been revealed, I wonder whether at the time of triggering this investigation, the minister was aware that Brown Mkhwanazi and Ket Matlala were associates, and that if he did, would he have triggered this alarm? But
Yes,
nevertheless,
so the investigation.
triggered the investigation. But nevertheless, we thank him for doing that.
Okay. Can I ask you maybe to explain that paragraph 169? What point are you trying to convey there to the commission? When you say on the conspectus of all the facts?
Yeah,
or is it something that you prefer to comment upon after dealing with what follows thereafter?
maybe we can deal with it later. I think so.
Yes, if I can just ask, we will need to come back to that so that we place that aspect of your statement in context. Then the next person of interest that you deal with is Lieutenant General Sibia. If I can ask you to proceed from paragraph 170.
Lieutenant General Sibia was appointed as a Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection in June 2023. And upon Lieutenant General Sibia's appointment, 3 points of contention surfaced almost immediately, signaling deeper complexities in the operational landscape. The first arose from Sibia's strong desire to assume control over the cold case unit, a unit that has always reported to the Office of the National Commissioner. And this was unusual, as the cold case unit typically managed investigations into unresolved matters that have previously been investigated by units under his command.
Can I please ask you to explain that? What do you mean? Like, which of the two offices first interacts with the matters, and where do those matters end up?
Yeah, what I mean here is that we want the cold case unit. Cold case unit, I'm sure it will be known to most South Africans, because it's the unit that is investigating the case of Senzo Meyiwa, the soccer player. So what then here I'm saying is that general detectives, in general, they report to divisional commissioner detectives and they report to General Sibia. So the cold case unit only deal with cases that could not be resolved in that sphere of investigation. That's where then the cold case units, they will choose such cases and do investigation. So
it would have gone past General Sibia's area of operation and could not be resolved.
That is correct, yes.
Then it would get escalated to your office.
To yes, the cold case unit.
So what you say you found strange is the fact that he wants that unit to reside within his portfolio of operation.
Yes, he wants that unit to come to his portfolio. I don't deny it. Maybe on the substructure, it's possible that the unit might be linked to him. But for reasons that the cold case units deal with work that you can say where the general detectives or the detectives have failed to unearth or resolve cases, then the cold case unit has been reporting directly to the National Commissioner since the previous National Commissioner and currently myself. And as the National Commissioner, I counseled him that the vast complexity of crime detection necessitated his focus elsewhere. The cold case unit's specialized mandate does not require his direct involvement, given the expansive responsibilities already entrusted to his command. Actually, I did explain to him that you were just being appointed. You have this elephant that you must deal with. So you can't be looking for a piece of hair from the tail of the elephant. Deal with your elephant. Once I'm convinced that you can deal with it, maybe I can then consider giving you this small unit that is there.
Yes, from the elephant, if you can then move to paragraph 172.
The second point of contention centered on General Sibia's insistence that Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, as Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence, should not retain dockets for investigation, specifically the counterintelligence investigations. Lieutenant General Sibia advocated for the sensitive docket to be removed from crime intelligence and reassigned to detectives. Again, I advise Lieutenant General Sibia that his attention should remain on the considerable and demanding portfolio for which he is now responsible, but rather than seeking to restructure units that serve critical, well-established functions within our operational architecture. There is nothing wrong for counterintelligence investigations to carry dockets. So what I'm explaining here is that within crime intelligence, you have got, under counterintelligence, we have got what is called counter investigations. They will carry minimal dockets, and there is nothing wrong if they are doing that. So, hence they are called counterintelligence investigations. They can choose to work, partner with detectives, or choose to work alone and involve a detective at some point. It's up to them. There is nothing wrong in that regard. And of course, as long if it's a case docket, they now and then update it on the system. But due to the sensitivity of such cases, it might be possible that you can't update on the system, because if you do, the information that will be there might not be suitable to be seen by everyone. So I also once again advise him that those dockets are minimal to the amount of work that you have at your hand. The third point of contention related to Lieutenant General Testifies, or maybe before that, I must just say that the carrying of dockets by counterintelligence is not something that came with Lieutenant General Mbuyiseli Madlanga to crime intelligence. It has been there all the time. It's not a new addition to their mandate. Paragraph 173, the third point of contention related to Lieutenant General Testifies' view that Lieutenant General Khumalo should not oversee the PKTT, but rather it should be overseen by Lieutenant General Sintumule. I advise him that this can be done if Lieutenant General Mbuyiseli Khumalo is of the view that he is overloaded and had capacity constraints. Otherwise, if he says he can still do it because it's not a full-time job for him, the status quo should remain. And at some point, when I asked Khumalo, he did indicate that the PKTT is a well-oiled machine that runs. He only have to see them maybe once in a month or so, or as and when there is a need. So it's not a burden to him. So he can manage his division of crime intelligence and still oversee the PKTT, which I said there is nothing wrong with that. He should continue.
Yes, and then in 174, I think that first word there should be upon,
yes.
Right? Not upon.
Before you deal with that, Mr. Mdo,
Yes.
with that next paragraph, General, what you have in 171, 172, 173, you're obviously not mentioning it for the sake of it. What is it? What is the point you're seeking to make? Why is it significant that you mention this to us, but also the significance that you attached at the time to what you say are points of contention on these three topics?
Sorry, Commissioner.
Are you going there still?
Okay. Oh.
Now I'm asking, were you going to deal with that?
Sorry, I was going to ask that perhaps we allow the General to deal with 174.
And then you deal with it.
And then,
that way.
yes. Yes, thanks. Yes,
Okay, thanks.
yes, if I can ask you to then deal with 104, oh, sorry, 174. So I'm not asking that you discharge an accused with section, under section 174.
Oh, what is it? Okay.
But, but you must still run the case and prove the guilt of this accused. Yes. Yes, please proceed. 174.
Thanks, Commissioners. Upon his appointment in July 2024, but at a later stage, the Minister of Police, Senzo Mkhunu, raised the same points, and I gave the Minister the same responses as those I gave to Lieutenant General Testifies, to say there is nothing wrong in the setup that we have in the organization.
Do you have any comments with regard to the similarities of the issues that were raised although there is a time difference?
Yeah, well, the concerns are that it's just coincident that the same matters are raised, but yeah, one wonders why. Well, General Sibia is on his side. He mentioned that now he wants to have total control of the whole of the detective services, which I then said to him, no. You see, you have got too much work. Deal with what you have, and we can look as you go along to give you some responsibilities. Counterintelligence will not give you at all. Cold case unit, we can consider it in the future.
We heard you.
We heard that.
We heard you.
So
I think what remains, and I don't think it goes away because of what you say in 174. I think the question by my co-commissioner, Commissioner Baloyi, stands. So if you could think about that during lunch and respond to the question when we return. Let us adjourn and resume at 2:00.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're about to start, so if we can please switch off cell phones. Thank you.
General, do you still remember the question that was asked by Commissioner Baloyi? The one that I said you should apply your mind to during lunch? Or do you want the Commissioner to repeat the question?
Yeah, no, she can repeat it, Commissioner.
Thank you.
The problem is always to remember the question that I asked.
Well, I might step in to remind you. This is after you had dealt with those 3 points of contentions in paragraph 171 to 173. And then Commissioner Baloyi asked, why are you telling us this? And then I said, perhaps you should be allowed to deal with page 174, paragraph 174, where you say, upon his appointment in July 2024, but at a later stage, the minister raised the same points. I gave the minister the same responses and those given to Lieutenant General Sibia. Then I asked to say, can you explain if you have any comment about the resemblance in those 2 issues that are raised, the three points that are raised at 2 different times, because you say the one is raised by General Sibia earlier on, and then those similar concerns or points are raised by the minister. So linked to that, I know you're going to deal with it later in your statement, but the question has come before. It says, so why are you telling the commission this? What do you want the commission to know about?
What's the relevance of the 3 points of contention?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. These points of contention, I think later it will become clear that the objective is to take control of, not leave any room of any docket to lie outside of the control of General Sibia. So, which later you will see when the dockets of the PKTT was required. The objective there was the same, to want certain, if you have control of the whole terrain of dockets, then it means there's nothing that will fall outside that you don't know. And you'll be able to manage whatever you want to do. So the reason is basically just to show that there is interest to have control right from the beginning of all case dockets. So that's the significance of it.
Is this an accurate way of repeating what you are saying, that he wanted to, in these 3 areas of contention, as you call them, he wanted to have an insight into dockets that he had a personal interest in? Is that a fair way of repeating what you're saying?
No, at this moment in time, remember, of course, that time, well, one would not know what we know now, but you can see the interest is there just to make sure that there is no docket that falls outside the command of the specific person, which is General Sibia. That is the later it picks the reason or objective.
Yes.
And in 174, where you speak about the minister later raising the same points, the same 3 points, about those 3 areas having to fall under General Sibia, is that a matter, is that a matter that ordinarily a minister would have a say on it or an interest in where the dockets are allocated?
No, surely as a minister, he's supposed not to, but well, in this case, you could see that he did have interest, but normally or ordinarily, a minister is not supposed to want to know where a specific docket is being investigated. But of course, I think other witnesses will come to say, especially on the case of Sintumbili, the one of the matter of that councillor. I'm sure there will be witnesses that will come to say that the minister directed that this docket must go to Hawks, must move from PKTT to go to Hawks. So, but it's unusual for a minister to do to get involved in the determining who investigate what docket.
And did the minister give an explanation when he raised the same points, these 3 points that they should go to Sibia? Did he give an explanation why he was interested in that and what his reasons are for that kind of selection?
Well, the reason given was so that there is consolidation and control of dockets, which I said no. I don't agree to it. It's fine in the way it is. And of course, further, I think even in the meeting of 27 March 2025, we indicated that in the National Strategic Intelligence Act, there is nowhere where it says crime intelligence must investigate dockets, which I beg to differ with him to say no. But after all, crime intelligence members are members of the police, and they have got any right and entitlement to do any function that is prescribed under Section 205 of the Constitution, unless they don't have training in that regard. Otherwise, any member can do any function that is in Section 205(3) of the Constitution.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. Mdo.
Thank you. You explain that at that time, I think as part of your response, you say at that time you saw these as individual and unconnected views that were expressed by 2 different persons. Am I correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you will at a later stage, when you deal with the part where you say with what you know now, and then you'll make a connection between all of this, the events of the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th of January. There's these requests and all other issues that you tie in together. But just to make sure that we finish with your evidence sequentially, if I can then ask you to continue paragraph 175.
Paragraph 175.
175, yes.
Yes. Throughout my tenure, I generally made every effort to maintain a constructive and professional working relationship with Lieutenant General Sibia, recognizing the importance of cohesion across senior executive of SAPS. Nevertheless, in January 2025, I received a formal invitation from the minister for a meeting, purportedly convened to mediate between myself and Lieutenant General Sibia This is yet another example of ministerial interference, which shows that the minister had time to convene a meeting to essentially mediate a non-existing crisis instead of prioritizing arranging a meeting to receive a critical briefing of the PKTT, which meeting Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and I had been repetitively asking.
Yes, so if I can just ask you to clarify the point you're making there about availability of time for certain things and not for others that are important. What point are you trying to put across to the Commission?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say there is that we may ask for a meeting to brief the minister on the PKTT and his work, and at some point, General Mkhwanazi did send me a WhatsApp message where he was telling me that he asked for a meeting with the minister, between himself, the minister, myself, General Sibia, and General Khumalo, which he also did ask me to ask the minister, and I did ask him for that meeting. And that meeting never took place, but instead the one that took place was this one, which was apparently to resolve a problem between myself and General Sibia, and also between General Sibia and General Mkhwanazi. So between me and General Sibia, I really couldn't find any tangible, really matter that we were resolving. That time could have best be devoted to the briefing on the work of the PKTT. It would have meant much more better for me, because essentially, I'm sure, I can't even remember, but one of the things we spoke about offices. This one in this office, the other one don't want that office, you want that office, which for me was really not a material matter.
Had you ever told the minister that there's a problem between you and General Sibia that he thought necessary to mediate?
Yeah, at some point I did tell him that there is a problem, and I had my proposed solution to it, which he didn't buy into whatever solution, and yeah, he did indicate that he think he will talk to General Sibia over the matter.
So it is possible then, are you prepared to accept, would you be prepared to accept that it's possible that this mediation, it was a good faith attempt to help resolve tension between his executives?
Yeah, it could be attributed to that, but I don't remember us really talking to those real issues that I told him about. We spoke about these other matters that, according to me, was not serious matters.
Okay. So he can't, I guess on the face of it, the way that it is in the paragraph, on the face of it, it looks like a minister who, for no reason whatsoever or no obvious reason, is involving himself in issues between his executives. But from what you're saying now, from your explanation, it may well have been, at least you would accept that, may well have been a well-intended gesture to try and bring peace between his executives.
It might be possible, but the real issue here, what the meeting we wanted with the minister, which I said was General Mkhwanazi, Khumalo, General Sibia, himself, myself, was to discuss real issues on the PKTT.
Okay.
That just don't get time, but this one do get time.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Thanks. Maybe let's just clarify that one aspect. You say, let's leave the PKTT issue aside for now. You raised with the minister certain concerns that deal with your relationship with Lieutenant General Sibia. and you say you proposed a solution in dealing with that relationship. Did I understand your evidence correctly?
Yeah, that is correct.
And you say when the minister convened a meeting, those issues that you had raised with the minister were not addressed. In other words, if the minister has called this meeting to mediate based on the issues that you had raised, maybe I should ask you, were those issues that you had raised with him before dealt with in that meeting?
Not the real crux of the matter. Like I say, we dealt with issues of office. We didn't deal with serious issues that, especially around the working of General Sibiya, which I think were the main issues. So we didn't delve into those matters.
And can I just ask, at that meeting, is that on the same day when the minister also met with General Mkhwanazi?
Yeah, it was in the same meeting, because he initially said they're going to meet General Sibiya and Mkhwanazi himself, but later he says, no, I can sit into that meeting.
And as I understand, the point you are making in that paragraph is if these role players that had requested to meet with the minister to deal with an issue such as the PKTT could be convened by the minister for purposes of dealing with another issue, the minister could equally have accommodated these serious issues that you wanted to raise with him.
Yeah, no, he could have seriously accommodated issues of the PKTT, including disbandment, because that's where we wanted to discuss that issue.
And surely, even if let's separate that, you've dealt with that sufficiently.
Oh, okay.
Surely a minister can't be criticized if he wants to intervene and address an issue relating to tension between his executives.
Well, given
in principle, forget this issue and how it happened and what you say was not addressed, etc. Just in principle, there wouldn't be anything wrong.
No, in principle, I think yes, it's accepted that yes, he can do that. He can intervene.
Yes. You take issue with what happened, not the principle itself.
No, not the principle, the content.
Okay. All right. If I can then ask you to move to para 176.
The cumulative effect of these dynamics became particularly salient as scrutiny intensified around the management and the fate of PKTT. The lack of a unified, transparent chain of communication left crucial operational parameters open to interpretation and debate, creating fertile ground for misstep and contagious decision-making. As the lines between strategic direction and operational command grew increasingly indistinct, differing perspective on authority and mandate began to manifest, not only as abstract points of contention, but in practical decision with far-reaching consequences for investigations underway. Paragraph 177, it was with this environment that concern escalate the process and legitimacy of PKTT's disbandment. The interplay between ministerial prerogative and National Commissioner's executive obligations and the assertive interventions of senior officers such as Lieutenant General Sibiya gave rise to uncertainty over who ultimately held the mandate to issue, interpret, and enforce instructions. These uncertainties were compounded by the perception among both internal stakeholders and external observers of fragmented oversight and lack of coherent leadership, threatening the integrity of both the team's task
So the task teams?
The task team's ongoing work and the SAPS as an institution.
Okay. I think we'll deal with those conclusions, as I said, when you pull all of this together. The next topic that you deal with is a summary on the investigations into alleged misconduct by Lieutenant General Sibiya. And if I can just indicate here, I'm not going to ask you to deal with all the paragraphs. I'm going to direct you to the ones that are pertinent. And of course, the commissioners, as they've been doing, they'll deal with others to the extent that they may require clarification. And I preface this on the basis of what you set out here, that these issues, when you dealt with them, they may, on the face of them, appear to have been employment-related issues. But when viewed properly in context, they reveal something different. So with that in mind, if I can then ask you to deal with, commencing from paragraph 178, you indicate that you appointed Lieutenant General Pategile to investigate allegations of misconduct against Lieutenant General Sibiya. And the key allegations, you outline them from paragraph 179. If I can ask you to please deal with those key allegations from paragraph 179.1 to 179.5.
Yeah. The key allegations included, number one, unauthorized instruction where Lieutenant General Sibiya issued instruction to withdraw case dockets from the PKTT in KZN and brought them to Divisional Commissioner for Detectives. That is, the cases that were brought to the head office on the 17th January. There is a correspondence to that effect on the 4th February 2025, on 22 April 2025.
Proceed to the next one.
1792, defeating the cause of justice by issuing the above instructions. Lieutenant General Sibiya is accused of intentionally hindering or delaying the investigation of the case dockets. 1794, improper conduct. Lieutenant General Sibiya's action contravened the SAPS Code of Conduct and brought.
Did you not skip 1793?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner. Yes, 1793, insubordination. Instruction issued by Lieutenant General Sibiya were in direct conflict with my approved phase-out plan for the disbandment of the task team. You'd remember the instructions on the 14th and 15th of January 2025. Number four, the improper conduct by Lieutenant General Sibiya's actions allegedly contravened the Code of Conduct and brought SAPS into disrepute. Number five.
Sorry, before you go to 5, General, the conduct referred to in 179.4, is it the actions in point 2 and point 3? Which actions are you referring to in 179.4?
It is the actions from actually 179 from 1791, those actions. And 1795, alleged association, there are unsubstantiated allegations that Lieutenant General Sibiya's association with individuals under investigation by SAPS, including Mbuyiseli Madlanga. This allegation, of course, requires further investigation.
Okay, so that's what was being looked into. 180, you talk about the methodology that was adopted by the investigator. Then if I can ask you to deal with paragraph 181.
The investigation reviewed multiple pieces of correspondence, including emails and letters, to understand the directives issued by Lieutenant General Sibia and their impact on the disbandment of the PKTT. Key communications from the Minister of Police, the National Commissioner, and Lieutenant General Sibia were analyzed. Moreover, the dockets that were transferred to division detectives were also analyzed. The process was detailed and comprehensive to ensure that all interests were taken into account.
And in 182, you deal with the findings of that investigation. Perhaps if I can ask you to deal with 182.2 to 182.4.
Uh, 182.2, the impact of the investigation. The unauthorized instruction issued by Lieutenant General Sibia resulted in the hindrance and delay of investigations into political killings in KZN. Non-compliance with the National Commissioner's plan. The Lieutenant General Sibia's actions were inconsistent with the phased-out plan approved by the National Commissioner presented to the Minister. 182.4, the unsubstantiated allegations of criminal association. While there are allegations of associations with individual under investigation, these remain unsubstantiated and require further criminal investigation.
Okay, and then in 183, you say the investigations concluded that there's sufficient evidence to justify a disciplinary hearing for Lieutenant General Sibia. In particular, the investigation found a prima facie case of serious misconduct, and his actions were deemed to have undermined the directives of the National Commissioner, hindered investigations, and constitute misconduct in terms of the SAPS disciplinary regulations and code of conduct. The matter has been referred for disciplinary hearing, and if you turn over the page, the investigation report is attached in Masemola 2 at pages 438 to 455. There's no need to go there. And you make the point in 184, if I can ask you to please continue from there. So 184 to 184.2.
Yeah, although the issues involved appear prima facie to be related to employment issues, one need to understand that Lieutenant General Sibia's conduct in its proper context. The context includes that as National Commissioner, I am the designated line manager for Lieutenant General Sibia, and all directives concerning his scope of authority must flow through my office. It was therefore wholly inappropriate for Lieutenant General Sibia to act directly on Minister's instruction, particularly in light of my explicit directive that such matters be handled by myself.
Can I just ask, did Lieutenant General Sibia report to the Minister? In fact, in relation to yourself and the Minister, if you can just tell the Commission who reported to who?
In terms of lines of command, he reports to me. But yes, he was reporting to the Minister directly now and then.
Yes, on what issues? And I think maybe, perhaps my question was not specific. If I can just ask you to indicate in respect of which matters was he reporting to the Minister, and in respect of which matters was he reporting to you? Relative to the point that you're making here, that it was inappropriate for him to act directly on the Minister's instructions.
Yeah, well, in all matters, he is supposed to report to me directly in everything. But yes, one did pick it up that there are matters that he report directly to the minister.
Is this one of them?
Including the matters of the PKTT, where he said, Minister this, Minister that. You have seen on the previous directive by Brigadier Khopoditata that he did say that also there that direction from the minister to Sibia says the following 1 to 3, which is one of those matters, but is supposed to report directly to the National Commissioner.
And in fact, that's part of those issues that you raise that create institutional or confusion insofar as institutional authority is concerned, and you'd like the Commission to deal with it in its interpretation and recommendations, including part of the reforms. Correct?
Correct, but that one is a straightforward given, hence the disciplinary inquiry that is being taken, because it's not supposed to be that way. But yes, the Commission will assist in emphasizing such matters.
Mr. Madau, sorry. Who was the complainant in these allegations against Lieutenant General Sibia? Was it you, General, or was it somebody else?
Oh, it was myself.
Mr. Madau, sorry, if I may.
Yes.
General, you may well have answered, but maybe I need a more specific answer. You may have anticipated my question. I was going to ask you if he was reporting directly to the minister on any issue, formally or informally, when in fact you are his line manager and he should be reporting to you. Why has he not been why was that not included in the charges against him? You've already said, hence the disciplinary charges. Which specific rule would you say applies and would have been breached in this case? And maybe it's somewhere in 182.1?
182.1.
Yeah, but
So, yes.
which one? Because you've got quite a number of references there. And it is really more to find out, is anything done about discipline, you know, when a person breaches discipline so obviously.
Yeah, if one look at, let me check on it. Well, 182.3 talk about non-compliance. So the Commissioner is looking specifically the one that says he was reporting directly.
So if you look at 182.1, perhaps, and I skipped that when I asked you to read these parts of your statement, but perhaps let's start with 182.1. You will see there, you say the investigation found that Lieutenant General Sibia contravened multiple provisions of the SAPS disciplinary regulations 2016, including regulation 53B Roman figure 1, which deals with prejudicing the interests of the service. Then regulation 53F, failing to carry out lawful orders. And 53J, improper conduct, etc., etc. So the Commissioner Baloyi was asking you which rule does the point that you deal with in 184.1 relate. So relative to those regulations that are mentioned in 182.1, if you can have a look and see which ones relate to an instruction. that's not followed, or failure to act directly?
You will recall, Commissioners, that the 14th of January, 14 and 15 January 2025, I did twice explain or directed him on what to go and do. And when you look at that 182.1 Regulation 531, failing to carry out lawful orders, it will also include the instruction given that do 1, 2, 3, and he chose to do something else.
I guess my concern, General, is you complain that his conduct undermines the cohesion, for example, and the discipline of the SAPS, and yet he, on your account, he conducts himself in a way that is outside the lines, and specifically, instead of reporting to you directly, he's speaking to the minister on some issues. Now, I would think in any work environment, that would be a serious issue that is dealt with through disciplinary action or corrective measures. And you've listed complaints that were investigated by General Patekile because of his conduct. And on the face of it, it doesn't seem that any one of them includes this conduct, which in my view, maybe I'm wrong, think it's quite serious conduct, that undermines the lines of authority, and you don't seem to have treated it as that serious. And if we are going to criticize him in our report, and I'm not saying we will, if we are going to be criticizing him on this aspect, maybe even the minister on this aspect, there will be the question of your role in it as a leader and his manager. That's why I'm asking you the question and asking you to comment on it.
Yeah, part of it is insubordination, which I know is carried somewhere in this regulation by passing and reporting somewhere else. That is insubordination. So I know it will be carried somewhere within the regulations that are here. But to be specific to that one that you asked, I think on 1793.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. And perhaps just to go back to part of the evidence that you've already given, if you look at 183, the second last line, you say the matter has been referred for a disciplinary hearing. And in that regard, can I ask you, has a charge sheet been drawn up yet for that disciplinary hearing?
Thanks, Commissioners. I think maybe that part is quite a sensitive area in that we might end up trialing in absentia. The employer representative has been appointed, and the chairperson has been appointed, and it is the employer representative that will draw the charge sheet. So I'm not affair whether it is drawn and what is in there. I won't affair. It's a total neutral process away from me, and I don't need to know what is in that space. Thank you.
Thanks. So we're just clarifying the status of where things are for purposes of the Commission's inquiry and perhaps inclination to say certain things in the report or not. But if I can then ask you, you were dealing with, you had just dealt with 184.1, and then as part of providing evidence to say, although these seems prima facie to be employment-related issues. The context indicates differently, and you referred to 184.2 as part of that material. May I ask you to deal with that paragraph?
Yeah, subsequent to phone records obtained from an attempted murder accused, revealed communication implicating Lieutenant General Sibia in the forceful and immediate implementation of the minister's directive to disband the PKTT. These records suggest that Sibia's actions were not merely procedural but rather tied to deeper connections with individuals identified as members of the cartel. The timing and agency of his compliance appeared to align with imperatives to shield cartel members from ongoing investigation. This is the subject of an ongoing criminal investigations. The above issues related to General Sibia culminated in an urgent litigation before the High Court, which the application thereof we are aware it was dismissed.
And if one looks at paragraph 184.2, I think the point you are making there is the posture taken by General Sibia is not, with the benefit of hindsight, coincidental. You say it was not merely procedural, but it was informed by other imperatives that you outline in that paragraph. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner. So what one is saying here is that all these actions of facilitated after we obtained the records from the attempted murder suspect, which is Nhlanhla, and when the team analyzed the communication thereof, then it became out clear that the whole purpose of the disbandment of the political killing task team was born out of the operation of the 6th December 2024, where Mr. Katiso Molefe, when he was arrested, and Nhlanhla's premises was searched in the look or pursuit of the kidnapped Mr. Jerry Bushoga. So it ended up tying up that it looks like from there on, from that 6th December to 31st December, there were measures. This communication suggests that there were measures then to disband the political task team. You would recall then that I said earlier that those 10 members of PKTT that came to Gauteng to assist, obviously people were not aware that they are not alone, and they thought that dockets that were investigated in Gauteng went back to KZN. So if you disband the PKTT, it means the investigation in Gauteng will fall flat. And hence, the calling of dockets to head office is exactly to find these dockets of Gauteng, which I think, I know that Timsani Khumalo will allude to the fact that after these 121 dockets that were brought in, there was an insistence of further requests that bring all dockets, including the Gauteng dockets. So it showed very clear that the objective was to get the Gauteng dockets off the investigation.
If I can just...
For completeness, I do not want to rely on what's out there in the public domain. For the record, what was the litigation that you referred to in paragraph 185 about?
The litigation was, I did earlier this year in July, Chairperson, I did give an order to General Sibia to stay at home with a view to give us space to investigate the allegations made, including those made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. And he challenged the move of staying at home. He took it to the High Court, which then that litigation, he lost the case because the court found that there was nothing wrong with the stay at home. And he has since been suspended, so he's still on suspension as we speak.
And perhaps just to deal with that issue of suspension, does the suspension have a time limit? And I'm trying to deal with that with reference to what you said earlier, that the matter has been referred to a disciplinary hearing.
Yeah, suspension do have time limits in terms of SAPS disciplinary regulations is about 3 months.
Yeah, 60 days, is it not?
60 days, yes, which then the chairperson of that hearing can extend with another 30 days, which means that it's limited to 90 days.
And that's why I assume you said earlier that's a separate process, it will run its course.
Yes, it's, the disciplinary hearing is a separate matter. It will be handled separately.
Okay.
Are you moving to the next topic?
Excuse me?
Are you moving to the next topic?
Yes, I was going to go to the minister's motives and then come back to issues of relevance. In other words, to tie in what he's just dealt with.
Maybe let me hold my question.
Thank you. Thanks. Commissioner. Oh. No, sorry. I thought Commissioner Balo is going to ask a question, but...
I do have a question, but I thought if you are following a theme, let me not disrupt it.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. General, if I can ask you to skip from 185 to 188 under the topic Minister's Motives, because you are now at a part where you've dealt with what these investigations have revealed, and you've disclosed up to the limited extent that you could, bearing in mind what you had said yesterday, these criminal investigations that are currently underway have an element of sensitivity and confidentiality in them, for reasons that you mentioned. But if I could just ask you to tie what you've just testified upon up to 184 with what you deal with in 188 and 189.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioners. In respect of the Minister, knowing what I know now, what I consider to be irrational and inexplicable encroachment into operational issues is now explained by his desire to hold investigations against criminal cartels by disbanding the PKTT. By this I mean that evidence that has emerged which links the Minister to Brown Mkhosi, to Ket Matlala and Lieutenant General Sibiya. So it is clear now that that arrest of Matlala in May have assisted us to understand the real motive of the disbandment of the political killings task team. Because you would remember we asked reasons and it came, we don't mind, well, when does an order come? It came 31st of December 2024 after 1700 hours in the afternoon and in a rush. Why the rush? The phone records of Matlala eventually did indicate to us that actually since December, operation of the 6th December 2024, that's when there was a planning to disband this political killings task team, of course, to prevent it from further doing the work that they were doing in Gauteng. So those, the investigators will come with those specific recordings to indicate that there was discussion about this team's lifespan and that it should be disbanded. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is now one understands the reason why Lieutenant General Sibiya and the Minister, Brown Mkhwanazi and Ket Matlala, wanted to disband the team. There was no any other motive but to prevent the investigation against the cartels in Gauteng that are involved in murder, drugs, and so on.
You were with the minister at a funeral in KZN 3 days before the instruction to disband, not so?
I didn't catch that, Commissioner.
You were at a funeral in KZN with the minister 3 days before the instruction to disband, not so?
That is
on the 28th of December 2024.
That is correct, Commissioner. We spent the day at that funeral, and there was nothing that the minister raised that might be a worry or complaint by anybody about the political killings task team. He never said anything about this team's disbandment or even to indicate that I intend doing this. That was never at all. We did the funeral, we parted nicely, and he knew that I was going on leave because he approved my leave. And so the letter came as a surprise. And of course, the timing of it and the fact that the letter also said it must be done immediately. Of course, I interpret immediately as that probably it means it should have been disbanded. By the time I come back, the 14th, the team should not have been there. But luckily, the office did ask me direction as to how do we deal with this matter. Then I said to them, just prepare reports because the next feedback date is the 20th of January. Don't do anything other than prepare reports. Hence, when I get back to work, there was this speedy response by General Sibiya to make me sign a letter to Khumalo, which I refused. Second day, I advised him how to do it. Second day, he came with the same letter, which I again refused and said, no, I'll do the matter myself. But whatever drove him, which I wouldn't know what it is, but now we know, he still issued those instructions to General Khumalo. But from my side as the National Commissioner, I've never said Khumalo either close or disband the team. I never said to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi either close or disband the team. I kept on managing the situation through a proposal to wind down the team and wanted to find a finality about this winding down. Even though, yes, I had suspicion right from the word go, when there was no motive coming forth as to why is the team being disbanded. And there was no any reason whatsoever. So, but eventually the real reason came. Unfortunately, the WhatsApp messages did come on the 13 or 14 May 2024 from Matlala's phone.
And maybe just to tie up that aspect on this basis, if you knew then what you know now, would you have approached the instruction or the directive by the minister that was given on 31 December 2024 the same way, or would you have approached it differently?
If I knew, I mean, right at the beginning.
Then, yes. Because remember, you dealt with the interactions from yesterday, that your actions were informed by what you knew at that time and what you did not know, which you then got to know later. I think the answer to that should be obvious. I think we can deal with it with the commission. I don't think I need to, but I thought just for completeness.
Well, if I knew then that the motive is to prevent this, the team, then I would have not even went as far as trying to suggest to the minister that because you want to close this team urgently, abruptly, let's rather wind down. I wouldn't even have went as far as that. So I would have outright refused the disbandment if I knew that that is the motive.
Now, I was dealing with that because, I mean, one of the things that is anticipated is that you somehow participated and acquiesced to the disbandment of this team. But I think your evidence makes it clear that you didn't know at the time. But if you had known, as you say, you would not even have participated by suggesting even that phased wind down.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. If I can then ask you to deal with one last matter before you make your concluding remarks. In paragraphs 186 to 187, you deal with other issues of relevance, and part of those are complaints against the PKTT. If I can ask you to deal with those two paragraphs. The second one we've already dealt with earlier, but let's just complete it. 186 and 187.
Yeah, since the establishment of the PKTT, a professor or associate professor, Meriti has lodged numerous complaints against the PKTT, ranging from irregular formation and conduct, malicious arrest and corruption, the use of torture, abuse of to persecute individual, political interference and cover-ups, questionable leadership, effectiveness and wasteful spending, and disappearance of case files. As far as I'm aware, there is no substance to those complaints. Additionally, these complaints were made to the IPID, I'm aware, they were made to Parliament. An example to demonstrate the lack of substance. Mr. Haas complained about a Sergeant Lamini who went on, ended up being convicted by a court of law. So it is complaints that really did not hold any substance, and they keep complaining.
And you said this happened at the instance of the PKTT itself. That is, I'm saying the prosecution of Sergeant Dlamini happened at the instance of the PKTT. That's how I understood your evidence earlier.
Evidence.
Or am I mistaken?
No, not correct, Commissioner. The complaints about Sergeant Dlamini happened halfway mid-life of the PKTT. But Ms. Meridi has complained about...
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, who initiated that? Was it not the PKTT itself that initiated the criminal process against Sergeant Dlamini? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
at the time it happened.
It was the PKTT themselves, Commissioner.
It's because you had indicated that he was one of the team members, and it was his fellow team members that actually were able to detect acts of criminality which have led to a conviction in a court of law.
Yeah, that is correct, Commissioners. And of course, I'm sure IPID can talk better on the complaints by Ms. Meridi Haas. She complained all the time. It is, and not only about the PKTT, but about other matters of policing. So it's not uncommon for her to complain.
If I can then ask you to turn to page 62, under your conclusion.
Mr. Mdau, perhaps let me ask my question at this point, and it's become two questions now, or two topics. And maybe let's start with these complaints against the PKTT. General, earlier when we were looking at the report that you gave to the minister. I think there was a briefing, and you had in there, you have a heading about complaints against the PKTT. You remember that? Yes. And you had listed what in the end sounded like not accusations but complaints when I read them. Now, when I consider that and I look at your paragraph 186, on paragraph 186, it sounds like the what you call complaints by Ms. Dihas, and I don't know if she's the only one. They seem to be serious. There's one of them is irregular formation and conduct of the PKTT, malicious arrests, corruption, use of torture, abuse to persecute individuals, political interference and cover-ups, questionable leadership, ineffectiveness and wasteful spending, and disappearance of case files. Now, all of those topics on the face of it are serious topics or complaints to raise or accusations to make. My question is, when these complaints or matters like this are raised, whether by Professor Dihas or anyone, does the SAPS investigate them and make its own findings? I know there's IPID. And hopefully we will eventually get something from IPID. General Mkhwanazi did testify to this and said there's a report of IPID on something. But I'm more interested in the SAPS itself. What do you do when you've received complaints about a task team in this way? Do you address them, or do you just say, go speak to IPID? Or you just brush them off because your business is to investigate crime and make sure it gets prosecuted?
When we receive complaints, if they, when you receive the complaint, if they looks like that there is a substance, we do investigate. The immediate commander is then responsible to initiate investigation in terms of the disciplinary regulations of the SAPS, and some of this will be given to the division called National Inspectorate. So if one can go to that division, there will be files about all complaints of Ms. Mary Dihas, which majority of them they found no substance. For example, one of the complaints ranging from irregular formation. Me and you, we know this PKTT was not irregularly formed. I mean, there were ministers, there were DGs and commissioners that engaged in the formation to end up coming with a mandate. So the first one already, you know that is neither here nor there. So, but we do have inspectorate division that have got files and files around the investigations. Well, I wouldn't say all. Well, some where they found something tangible, then they would inform the commander that here there is substance, take disciplinary steps, and that will normally happen.
The second, and it's a different topic. Now, when General Mkhwanazi testified, he referred, maybe let me start first, ask the question this way. You were appointed National Commissioner in March 2022. Did General Sibiya find you there in that position already? I don't remember what date of appointment we were given of his, but were you already National Commissioner when he was appointed?
That's correct, Commissioner was.
All right. So then, following on that, General Mkhwanazi testified that before, at some point, before General Mkhwanazi was appointed, someone from the office of the city manager of Johannesburg alerted.
So General Sibiya.
Oh, General, what did I say?
It's before General Sibiya was appointed. Sorry.
What did I say? Did I say Mkhwana? I'm sure by the end of the commission I'll get the names right. Yes. General Mkhwanazi testified that before General Sibiya was appointed, someone from the city manager, Johannesburg City Manager's office, wrote to
Mr. Mlandu.
Mr. Mlandu, yes, thank you, wrote to Minister Cele and raised concerns that General Sibiya was being considered or was to be appointed to the position that he holds presently, and made certain allegations about his employment in the city of Johannesburg, and effectively was saying he shouldn't be appointed. He's not suitable to be appointed to that position. Would you have received that kind of correspondence, or did you become aware of that kind of concern about him?
I saw that correspondence first time on television, so I never received it, and I'm sure if any section, especially the HR environment of the SAPS, if they did receive such, they would have brought to my attention. But what I'm aware of is that there was a labor appeals court case judgment that came out in May 2022. The sitting was somewhere in March before my appointment. The judgment which held that his dismissal by the then national head of DPCI was unfair, and the dismissal was overturned. So, which then paved the way that General Sibiya should be reinstated into the SAPS, and he was reinstated in July 2022 and placed at the post of head of organized crime in the detective services.
When you say you saw it on TV, that letter, was it after he had been appointed to the position or before?
Now, in TV, I mean now recently, after General Mkhwanazi was at the commission.
Okay.
That's when I saw it for the first time.
Now, as National Commissioner, when an appointment such as this, which is a direct report to you, is to be made, the position is advertised, the candidate is interviewed, and is whatever processes you follow, is that a matter that you become involved in, the selection of is it a divisional, Deputy National Commissioner, sorry? Do you become involved in that selection process?
That's correct, yes, I become involved. But the selection for Deputy National Commissioners is not as you described. The positions normally don't get advertised. There is a section in the Police Act which make provision for appointment without advertisement, and it is that section that is being used. So he was appointed in terms of that section, and the minister has to concur also on such an appointment.
Yes. So my emphasis and area of interest really is your involvement in that process that culminates in him being appointed to the position. Ordinarily, if such a letter had been sent, if indeed that letter was sent from the city of Johannesburg, you should ordinarily have become aware of it. Is that a fair proposition?
Yeah, no, it is correct.
And in this case, you never became aware of it?
No, I never became aware of, but I became aware that there was an inquiry and a case opened at the city of Johannesburg. One case was about purchasing of some equipment or alleged buying equipment. The one case was about his appointment.
Yes.
And those cases were investigated by the DPCI. They conducted a thorough investigation and concluded that on the one for spying equipment, it was concluded that General Sibiya did not contravene the National Strategic Intelligence Act. However, the case docket was still referred to the National Prosecuting Authority, which the National Prosecuting Authority did gave feedback that there is no, they did not prosecute Sibia in this case. In one case, the one that he was appointed to City of Johannesburg, they say he's not a suspect, he didn't appoint himself. On the other one, there were even letters from state security that did allude, somewhere in early June, July, alluded that the equipment is not intelligence gathering, and eventually the DPP declined to prosecute in that those cases.
All right. Let me explain my interest, General. My interest is whether you as National Commissioner and your subordinate or immediate report is being appointed, the nature of your involvement in that process, whether you became aware at that point of the allegations against him, and if you did become aware of them, did you do anything about it? How come he was still appointed if you did become aware of these allegations at that point? What is your short and crisp answer? You were aware when he was selected, or you were not aware?
Yeah, I was aware of these matters that I'm talking about. I
Yes.
became aware. One was an inquiry, one was a case, but I wasn't aware of that specific letter.
You were not aware of the allegations about the City of Johannesburg?
The letter that you spoke about, I don't know exactly what that letter contained, because I don't have it now, but I'm aware of the matter of the procurement of technical surveillance equipment. Yes, I was
And
aware of that.
If I may interrupt you, I think what I'm trying to determine is whether you did not consider that kind of allegation, whether you did or did not consider it as a disqualifying concern in appointing him to the position.
At that point, I think the matter that was the issue of the appointment, and we did not consider that as a matter that would disqualify him to be re-enlisted, because we were not actually employing him, we were re-enlisting him back to the position where he was, which it can be any other position. And if there is a matter that has to be dealt with, if it's within the service, we would deal with it. So in this case, we re-enlisted him, and the two matters, as I said, they ended up being declined, both of them.
Perhaps just to also just correct myself a bit. In fact, General Mkhwanazi's evidence was he came in, you call it re-enlisting, into one position, and then within a very short space of time, he was now Deputy Commissioner, the position that he currently holds. And so maybe my question to you should have been, but when he was made Deputy Commissioner, the position that he currently holds, these allegations, you would have known about them if you did, and did you consider that it didn't matter? It's not serious concerns, or they are unsubstantiated, so we will appoint him anyway.
Those allegations, they did matter, but by the time he was appointed Deputy National Commissioner, they were already settled by the NPA, both of those matters. And of course, there is other criteria that one look at when you appoint a Deputy National Commissioner.
Mr. Matau, before you go to the conclusion, we will deal with the last sentence of the conclusion, and then you will tell us who we attribute that language to. But we'll deal with that later. For now, let's go to 168 and 169 of the statement. I was just not clear what point is being made there, and maybe you can deal with it with the witness. 168 and 169 of the statement on page 54. It is just not clear to me whether it is being suggested that the minister did anything untoward.
Thanks. I think maybe let's go back, because I had said I'll come back to it. But I thought it got cleared in the course of the evidence, but let's just tidy that up. General, in 168 and 169, you made 2 points. The first point that you make in paragraph 168 is the minister's intervention in questioning the performance of the service provider that had been appointed based on the concerns that had been raised, and that triggered an investigation into that contract with Medicare/Medicare 24. You dealt with it in paragraph 168, you recall? Do you recall that you dealt with that?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. And then you say in 169, on the conspectus of the facts that have now been revealed, I wonder whether at the time of triggering this investigation, the minister was aware that Brown Mkhwanazi and Kat Nhlanhla were associates, and that if he did, would he have triggered it being that investigation? Perhaps just again to tie it back to the evidence that you've now given of the connections and the links that have been established by the investigation, perhaps if you could deal with 168 and 169 as well in that basket of issues.
Yeah, Commissioner, what one is saying here is that the minister, before the 24th of December, he did allude that there is this contract that is for health risk management in the SAPS, and is briefed or tipped somewhere that there is problems around this specific service provider, and which I also did indicate to him that somewhere in the year before the relevant committees awarded the tender to him, I did get a call from the IDEC to say looks like there is problem around the awarding of this contract, which then at that point one did check whether there is compliance to prescripts, and one found that no, it is compliance. So the minister then in December raised that looks like there is a problem around this specific tender. Then we agreed with him to have a meeting, and that meeting was held on the 24th of December, which we then got a briefing in terms of how this contract is performing. And there were a bit concerns around various issues, amongst them performance or delivery of service around this contract. And I then directed that, together with the minister, that there should be an audit of this contract. So then the audit was performed, which culminated in a report that identified a lot of things like, I think, funding, corruption, and whatever, fraud, let me say fraud, which eventually that led to me, 13 May, then cancelling the contract. So paragraph 169, what it is saying is that now, knowing what we know now, the question is, by the time the minister raised an alarm on this contract, did he know that this specific person was his funder, yes or no? We don't know. But what we know is that at some point during the charts, the communication between Abu Brown Mkhwanazi, Nhlanhla, and so on later in December, they do indicate somewhere in those communications that the person that the minister raised the alarm on the contract is actually our funder. So what we are saying on 168 and 169, we are saying that the minister raised an alarm on the 168. On 169, what we are saying is, knowing what we know now, we don't know whether the time he raised alarm, did he know that this person is one of his associates or not? That's the context of these two paragraphs.
Of his associates or an associate of his alleged associate?
Yes, whether he's associates or associates of his alleged associate, whether he was aware, we don't know.
General, I'm still not clear. Was the minister raising alarm about issues of payment or issues of performance or even how the contract came about? It's not clear to me what we are dealing with here. So
He was raising the alarm on how this contract came about and whether are we sure that this contract was done properly. In short, what I can say there is that's why you see there I wrote Medicare 24 Tshwane district. So during the investigation by the audit, well, I wouldn't know specifically what he got, but he raised about how the contract was ended up with the specific person. So, but during the audit, it was found that at some point the service provider was Medicare, and at some point it was Medicare 24. And these committees, the bid evaluation committee and the bid adjudication committee, somebody didn't see through that we're not dealing with one company here, we're dealing with two, which eventually then it became clearer that actually the Medicare 24 Tshwane district was fronting Medicare, not themselves. So, which was one of the conditions of the contract that they shouldn't front. They should. So it was cancelled based on those grounds. It's not only this one that I'm mentioning, but it was quite a number of various grounds. But yes, when he was raising the alarm was that he think the contract was not regularly awarded.
And my last question was, are you suggesting that there's anything untoward with the minister raising alarm about this contract?
No, I'm not saying there is anything untoward. It's good that what he did. But what I was saying is, later when you realize that this person might be an associate of his associate, whatever, when he was raising alarm, did he know that? That's the question I'm raising, which I don't have an answer for. Yes.
Thank you, General. I think if we can then go to the conclusion. I'm trying to get there quickly while the commissioners are formulating the next question. In 190 and 191, if I can ask you to please deal with your concluding remarks.
Yeah, it is deeply, on paragraph 190, it is deeply unfortunate that these events have occurred as they do not only erode public trust in the integrity of SAPS leadership, but also risk undermining critical investigation into politically motivated crimes. The disregard of established protocol and the apparent willingness to act outside the chain of command jeopardize the transparency and accountability at the heart of effective policing. Moreover, the shadow of alleged criminal associations, even if yet unproven, cast doubt over the credibility of ongoing investigations and the impartiality of officers involved. In the context where the stakes are the pursuit of justice and the safety of communities, such lapses threaten to weaken the foundational principle upon which the police service relies and diminish public confidence in law enforcement as a whole. I've been asked about the key reforms that would assist within the police service. I would, although I intend to make comprehensive submission in this regard at a later stage, I would like to highlight that the police minister's role needs to be urgently defined, especially in light of there being a minister on leave and the acting minister of police.
Thank you. General, is there anything that you would like to say, if perhaps there is, that you could not put across because you didn't get an appropriate question, perhaps, to deal with it? And if there is none, there isn't as well. I'm just checking whether there is anything that you feel you need to highlight or indicate to the Commission.
Maybe just to deal with, I think there was, during General Mkhwanazi's testimony, there was some question around the Richards Bay deployment. So I just want to...
The what deployment? Or Richards Bay?
Richards Bay deployment. I just want to allude to the fact that indeed, yes, there was deployment that he withdrew, and we sent national deployment because there were complaints that there is a problem. There were executives of Richards Bay Minerals or RMB that were killed, and there was a need to investigate those cases, which eventually the team that was sent from national, when they were there, I think one of the suspects was shot either by both teams or the team from the province. And there were quite a number of firearms recovered in that operation, and there was nothing sinister about that, the operation. We always do get calls. Even currently we have operations in Northwest, in the mines where people are mining. In certain areas they mine behind houses. So the Khoshis there, they do complain and send us what is happening. So we do deploy. Even in Eastern Cape, there was complaint around taxi violence. We sent a team there. And the very same PKTT that we are talking about today, there was complaint about political matters in KZN, and we do deploy and will continue doing that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
On this, General, I understood General Mkhwanazi, at least one of the issues being that the this deployment from national was made without him being brought into the loop or being aware of it. The next thing he knew, there was this special task force, and I think he said the National Intervention Unit, and he didn't know anything about it. How do you, in those cases where from national you deploy into a province because of a specific request, a specific issue, what is the process, your communication process with the provincial commissioner? Or even the district, because I think I had him mention a district commissioner. And in this case, he seemed to suggest that even the district commissioner was not aware. They called him because there was an issue, and then he said, I don't know anything about this. How does it work in terms of process?
Yeah, normally when we do deploy, there is a call-up that is done by the relevant deputy or what we call National Operational Command Center. They will draft a call-up. It will be signed and sent to whoever must deploy and the province. Well, I think in that deployment, we did pick it up very late that the person that, for some reason, correspondence never reached province, and when you deploy in the province, you must report to the provincial commissioner that I'm here, I'm coming here to do 1, 2, 3. Because some deployment might be with the knowledge and consent or agreement of the Provincial Commission. Some might not be with the consent or permission, but it might be sent from head office because of the problem that is foreseen there. An example of that is deployment, I think, that's going to deal with taxi violence in both Eastern Cape and Western Cape. But the Provincial Commissioner will be informed. He might not want or like the deployment, but if there is such, he will be informed, and whoever is deploying the province must report him or herself to the relevant Provincial Commission.
As I understood it, out of the complaint by General Mkhwanazi was that these members that were deployed at the mine over time sort of became a SAPS, the mine's SAPS unit, because they ended up no longer doing exclusively the work they were deployed for, but rather they would even do theft cases and whatever other types of criminal matters the mine would complain about. Do you want to comment on that? Do you know how that came about?
Well, what I know, Commissioner, is that members deployed, they will deploy and fight crime. If they end up doing some things that they are not supposed to, then the commander who becomes aware of that then needs to raise the alarm and it get addressed. But theft is a crime, it's something that police needs to deal with.
But they were sent there for specific types of crimes. It's not as if there were no SAPS members in the area who would have continued to do SAPS work. So with regard to those thefts, the SAPS in the area should have continued to do that type of work, and I would have thought that these members would concentrate only on what they were deployed there for.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Commissioner, but that is more cooperation then and liaison and communication between the deployed team and the local police to say what you do and what I'm doing, what I'm here for.
So basically then, must I understand you to be saying there was no cause for complaint at all if these members deployed for a specific purpose were now suddenly doing every and anything? So there was no cause for concern about that?
Well, if they do any other extra for what they're not being called for, as long as it's crime, and they are not fighting or arriving at scene with the locals, there is nothing wrong.
Thank you, General.
General, I would be concerned with that answer if the deployed units are the Special Task Force and the National Intelligence Unit. I wouldn't expect them to be doing common theft matters.
I would agree with you, Commissioner, on that specific one. And in this case, it was not those two units. I will agree with you. NIU and Special Task Force are solely used for medium to high risk operations. So here, as far as I know, it wasn't either of those two units.
All right. Okay, I won't dwell on it. I think he said it's those two units. But let me ask you a different, it's not even a question really. You, in that paragraph, in that concluding paragraph, you do say, and you've mentioned it now, that you've been asked about key reforms you think would assist the police service and you intend to make submissions. Can I suggest that when you do that, when you consider that, you have regard to term of reference 5, which is, you also take that into account. It requires us to comment on or to look at the effectiveness or failure of oversight mechanisms. That's term of reference 5. And then 6, it's the adequacy of current legislation, policies, and institutional arrangements in preventing such infiltrations. Of course, the infiltrations being of criminal cartels or criminal syndicates. if you would just have regard to those as well, more specifically.
I will do so, Commissioner. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mtao.
Chair and members of the Commission, that concludes the evidence on behalf of the National Commissioner.
General, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Sorry, just one housekeeping issue. I know, Commissioner Baloyi, I owe you references to particularize SFM 6 and SFM 3. I do have them, but perhaps just to be tidy, if I can just hand them over so that there is evidence that I did. And that will be attended to and formally handed up. And just to conclude, there is a co-pilot who was also essential in this team and in the preparation of the work that was done. She joined us late because she had been deployed, but did not exceed the scope of her deployment where she was deployed. Her name is Advocate Thabang Powe. I'd like to give an acknowledgement of her presence and her participation in the matter.
Welcome, Ms. Powe.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's not 4 o'clock yet. What do we do next?
Next witness.
Chair,
Are we calling the next witness?
Chair, Chair, I unfortunately can't accuse you of encroachment when you raise that. But Chair, if we could request that we stand down, also given the lateness of the hour, then we'll prepare the next witness that will be leading. And with your leave, if we could please commence on Thursday at 9:30.
Thank you, Mr. Mtao. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Thursday. Thank you.